those Christmas reviews were fun, but it's time to make way for the future. And empty. Okay, there we go. Now on to Rachel's farewell video. What the hell? Oh, that's right. I left all the footage for her farewell video in the Christmas folder. In the Christmas... well...
You want me to do what?
Fly back from California so we can shoot your farewell video again.
Critic, I can't fly all the way out there and shoot that in such a short amount of time.
Okay, look, I know a lot of opportunities have opened up for you down there. I'm simply asking you to throw away your future for my personal needs.
I can't do it, there's no time.
But it was such a good idea. It won't take long to shoot you die during a war by having your head decapitated before falling down an elevator shaft after being spit out by a gooey alien while getting in a car accident. During the Red Wedding?
It ain't happening.
Oh, come on, what am I supposed to do? Have Malcolm and I discover a video message left here by Rachel.
Hello, Critic. Hello, Malcolm. By the time you see this, I will be in California. Some opportunities have opened up to help me continue my career as an actress. Though one door is closed, I will never forget the good times we've had. The fun, the laughs, the fact that Malcolm's worn more women's clothing than I have.
Oh, thanks.
I will remember it all fondly. You guys are amazing friends, and I will never forget the good times we've had together. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this experience. And if I should die during a war by having my head decapitated before falling down an elevator shaft after being spit out by a gooey alien while getting in a car accident during the Red Wedding, don't be shocked.
We won't. Well, let's not let this ruin Nicolas Cage month.
I wasn't planning to.
Oh, good. Nicolas Cage month!
Nicolas Cage. And I was in Lords of War. Not the Breeze. Another movie I was in, I think it was called Ghost Rider, and I played my brother or something or other. I was really fat in that, but I really think I got it through the vision, you know. I'm Nicolas Cage.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy. Remember it so you don't have to. And welcome to Nicolas Cage month! Oh, you bizarre human explosion of a man. Just how did you get such a following the past 5 years or so? I mean, don't get me wrong, Nicolas Cage has been a Hollywood star for some time now. He's even gotten a lot of credit as a pretty good actor. But with the birth of the internet, people started to notice compilation videos that showcased a certain motif, if you will. That being that Nicolas Cage likes to act fucking nuts. The Nicolas Cage freakout is practically patented itself because nobody else can possibly duplicate it. It's his own strange concoction of 10% awkward yelling, 10% over-the-top spazzing, 20% creepy smiling, and an astonishing 60% out-of-skull eye bulging, making for the delightful protein shake that is our Nicolas Cage. So okay, we all know that he can make any premise interesting by his insane performances, but what happens when you take an over-the-top actor, mix him with another over-the-top actor, and combine them together with the most over-the-top director of all friggin' time? You get a mushroom cloud of uneasiness and awkwardness simply known as face-off. As if the in-your-face acting style of Nicolas Cage wasn't enough, we're complimented with multi-Razzie Award winner John Travolta, together with director and professional dove fetishist John Woo, for literally the most overblown action flick since... well, okay, John Woo's next overblown action flick. But that only had one crazy ego to deal with, and this one has two. And every moment of screen time is delicious 90s cornball perfection. So, let's go eat a peach for hours. This is Face. So as the credits roll, we see John Travolta as a cop named Sean Archer, who's with his son in one of the most wonderful places anyone could be in the 90s, Flashback Land. Yeah, you know this place, where mundane activities that could be considered serviceable at best are suddenly romanticized with constant slow-mo, laughing, kissing. This weird thing that'd be annoying if you did in real life. Everything average is made great in Flashback Land. If I was to ask someone for a snack, it'd be like, hey Malcolm, can I have a gummy bear? Sure. Not very exciting. But in flashback land... I should quit while I was ahead. And so should Travolta, for that matter, as his nemesis, a terrorist for hire named Castor Troy, played by Cage, tries to shoot Archer but kills his son instead. Oh, come on, John Woo, no doves? That was at least 3 doves worthy. How do we know you want us to feel something if you don't have doves? Now, to this film's credit, this is a pretty dramatic and emotional scene. But it does kind of beg the question, why does Cage stop shooting? He's got him right there, what's stopping him? Doesn't he know we're gonna flash forward and he's gonna become the cliched obsessed cop that every 80s and 90s movie has ever given us? Well, seeing how he missed the first time, maybe we can just draw the conclusion that Cage is a terrible shot.
Damn it. Son of a bitch. Zeus's butthole, I'm bad at this.
So years pass, and like I said, Sean Archer becomes the stereotypical crazy obsessed cop.
We're a covert anti-terrorism team that is so secret. When we put this thing to bed, you can brand the 4th Amendment on my butt. We'll take a break when the case breaks.
While you were still learning to spell your name, I was being trained to hunt actors from the Croods. We also see Cage smoking around heavy explosives. That's smart. As to this film's credit, it does give him the most fitting intro music an over-the-top Cage performance should be given. I will make a petition to make sure that every Cage introduction plays that music. And I think we see the typical way Cage most likely keeps holy the Sabbath.
Can you handle this? Can you handle this?
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
You know, I think the only reason Cage hasn't done a 3D movie is because the audience is afraid he'll come out and eat them. I know it's a long shot, but I'm not taking the risk. So the bomb is set and Cage makes his way to head out of the country.
I'm just showing off how cool my cape would have been if I was Superman. Come on, guys, it could have worked.
And stay away from downtown on the 18th. It's gonna be a little, smoggy.
Wasn't that the tagline for Hobbit 2? But Team Travolta is hot on his trail and is determined to not let him take off.
There's someone on the runway.
I can't believe they located my personal jet and expensive rent-a-car. I'm supposed to be the most secretive terrorist ever.
FBI! An undercover agent tries to stop them but gets caught, so Cage relieves her of her duties.
One of yours, Sean!
Oh my god, buddy. Every movement you have is like the ending of some psychotic Looney Tunes cartoon.
We will make you do Ghost Rider 3. Oh, come on, guys. I pissed fire in the last one. Even I thought that was kind of stupid.
Oh, were there fireworks on that window? What's with all the sparks? I'm telling you, I will get that petition.
Shut the fuck up.
You watch your fucking mouth!
I'm scared, Johnny. I think you better pull the trigger, because I don't give a fuck. I'm ready for the big ride, baby.
You know, I think John Woo just always went with the rehearsal take. You know, the one that actors do when they think the camera is off and they're not really trying.
Oh, Sean, I'm scared. I don't give a fuck. I'm ready for the big round, baby. Okay, let's do the real thing.
And cut.
We were rolling?
Oh, of course not.
Sean gets the best of Troy and knocks him out, finally capturing him. The team back at headquarters gives him a standing ovation, but somebody forgot to tell him he can stop the whole crazy obsessed cop thing when he catches the thing he was crazily obsessed over.
What is all this? How about, what about to Anderson, Montgomery, Berkeley, Winters?
Boy, who invited Sean Penn to the party? Things don't get more chipper when they find a bomb threat left over by Troy, which is threatening, of course, to level the city. They try to get information out of his brother as well as the rest of his gang, but they don't get anything. It seems like they're running out of options.
There is one other possibility.
You know, instead of saying there's one other possibility and then driving me miles away in complete silence, why don't you just tell me what the other possibility is?
Oh, God. You're keeping him alive.
So it turns out Troy is in a coma. And, while he's out, they say they can perform a surgery where they rip off his face and give it to Sean, in the hopes that maybe his brother will tell him the location of the bomb.
Your blood types won't match, but Pollux won't know that. Height difference is negligible. Use laser shears for the hairline, micro plugs for body hair.
We were considering working on your overacting, but you oddly enough seem very matched in that area.
This is a black bag operation, strictly off the books. You can't tell Lazaro, and you can't tell your wife.
And just to add extra security to the immediate danger, we will add no extra security to the immediate danger. I'm not even kidding. They leave Caster Troy with little to no security watching him throughout the majority of the film. I can't see that backfiring anytime soon.
You'll be sorry!
So this means he has to leave his wife, played by Joan Allen, and daughter again, which won't bode well seeing how he's been so distant for so many years.
You're going back on assignment again.
Just one last time.
I'm not going anywhere. That's what you told me.
Okay, it's obvious she's gonna be upset about this. I mean, what spouse wouldn't be? But there is a better way to make her understand the urgency of the situation. Just enter into the room and say, "Oh my God, honey, there's a bomb! There's a bomb! It's gonna blow up the entire city! Everything's gonna die! Your daughter's gonna die! I'm gonna die! We're all gonna die unless I do something!"
Well, then do something!
You said it, not me! So Operation Kabuki actor swap begins. They put Travolta's face in a neon fish tank for some reason and replace it with Cage's mug. So the face is set, the voice is changed, and he's sent to the most maximum high-tech, super-duper secretist prison that no taxpayer would ever pay this much money for. Yeah, Guantanamo is a fenced-in piece of shit, but this place has Super Mario Brother boots that can keep a person still anytime that they want. Oh, and just to make things even better, how do they track these dangerous people with the most secretive high-tech of devices? By purple dots. How the shit-sticking fuck does that work?
What's that purple dot doing?
It's walking next to that purple dot.
And what's that purple dot doing?
It's walking next to that purple dot.
And what's that purple dot doing?
It's just standing next to that purple dot.
That purple dot?
That purple dot.
What are these purple dots up to?
I don't know, sir. They're purple dots.
My God. Purple dots.
So Archer as Troy approaches his brother, but he gets into a fight with a guy who claims he slept with his wife and sister. This leads me to one of my favorite concepts in any Nicolas Cage movie, Nicolas Cage trying to be Nicolas Cage. God, the ham levels are reaching maximum, people. I swear, if he keeps going like this, we're gonna reach port points.
Lock him down!
I stop the fights, not you.
Only I keep the total lack of control in this incredibly disciplined and advanced prison.
Things seem to be going well when he convinces his brother that he's Troy and reveals the location of the bomb.
It's a work of art. It belongs in the Louvre.
I guess the LA Convention Center will have to do.
Hey, things seem to be on the up and up. What could possibly go wrong? Whoops. Cage often awakens to the mating call of a peacock.
They took the switch, but it's cool. We're gonna deal with it.
and usually followed by the orgasm of a humpback dolphin. And no, you shouldn't be disturbed that you're by no means surprised by this.
What's this about?
Dr. Walsh!
So Cage, again, with no security whatsoever, wakes up from his coma, looks up the doctor, and of course, all the people involved, and forces them to give him the exact same operation. Meaning quite possibly one of the greatest combinations of all time, over-actor John Travolta now has to overact like over-actor Nicolas Cage. Okay, just give me a minute. Okay, go.
You good looking. See anything you like? You're hot. Wow. Did I say that? I have got to go. I'm sorry. You're gonna be in here for the next 100 years. It's like looking in a mirror, only not.
Oh my God, the hair levels are out of control! Somebody give me Boston Market! Where's spare ribs and hot dogs? Spare ribs and hot dogs! So Troy, as Sean reveals that he's killed all the people who knew about the operation by claiming they accidentally tied themselves up, doused themselves with gasoline, and set themselves on fire.
God, I miss that face.
Yeah, maybe our visiting room should have glass to separate people from the violent criminals. But hey, what do you expect from this technologically advanced super-duper secret prison?
Clearly he's had a traumatic childhood and thank you.
Understood. Oh, and by the way, you do a great Nicolas Cage impression. So Troy as Archer makes a deal with his brother so that they save the day from this terrible bomb, and Archer as Troy stays in prison.
Seeing that face on you makes me afraid my tiramisu might come back up.
You're not the only one in the family with the brains.
Although now I am the only one with the looks.
Okay, did the brother get his acting lessons from the aliens in Galaxy Quest?
Oh my goodness. Did you exchange brains as well?
We are Thermians from the Klaatu Nebula, and we need your help.
So Travolta defuses the bomb, which of course makes him a national hero.
Agent Archer, if the FBI had any leads on who planted the device.
Well, that is classified information, but if he's listening, I wouldn't mind giving him a message. Interception. Now our side's got the ball. Sorry.
You sure Jim Carrey didn't steal that face?
Now our side's got the ball. Sorry.
Take care, bye-bye then. To make things better, not only is he suave as hell around the office now, but he's also a 10 times better husband and father to his wife and kid. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. He teaches his kids self-defense, he makes dinner by candlelight for his wife.
It's the president. Oh, and your wife online too.
Will you tell the president to hold?
You sure this isn't the guy we're supposed to be rooting for? I get the feeling even Joan Allen is onto him, but she doesn't care. She hasn't gotten this much attention in years.
And I'm telling him that Sean Archer writes his own ticket, okay?
Maybe I should call the police to let him know he's not my husband. No, I'm his. Okay, I don't care if you're a terrorist. You rub my feet like that, you can blow up Hawaii for all I care.
But Caged Cage is not happy and is eager to look for a way out. So he causes a disturbance which gets him thrown into the electric-ish chair, where he makes a plea to the guy who attacked him the first day he arrived.
Bob, I didn't touch your wife. And I didn't touch your sister.
They're the same person.
But I know your wife loves you. She's waiting for you. So let's get out of here.
You're more brain dead than Dubov.
Haha! From that 5-second speech, I guess he suspected that he was an innocent man in disguise trying to sneak in to find the location of a bomb, but accidentally got trapped there for the rest of his days and is now trying to set things right. Well-chosen words to make him think that. Shoot anything that looks like a purple dot! So two guys cause a panic and break the entire system of this super-duper high-tech, uber-secret security prison as Cage gets separated from his helper.
Take comfort knowing that I'm a lousy father and husband who's about to spread chaos with my escape causing the death of dozens, which could have been avoided if I just stayed here.
He gets to the surface only to find that the prison is an island far from land. Ah, yes, and I'm sure nobody on shore notices the giant loud helicopter firing on a man in this super duper secret high-tech holy shit fuckstorm prison. I think Spy vs. Spy kept better high-tech secrets than you guys. So Archer Troy manages to swim all the way to shore. I guess Aquaman owed him one. And he tries calling his wife, but big shock, she doesn't believe it. Or maybe she does and she just doesn't care. Again, that was a pretty good foot rub. So he goes to Troy's old gang, who put him up and start planning the revenge against not Archer after taking a few hits of what I can only assume is called the Robert Downey Jr.
Once we kidnap Super Cop, then what?
I'd like to take his face off.
You want to take his face?
Yes. His face. The eyes. Nose.
Coming off.
The face.
Wait. Let me get this clear. Face.
Off.
Face. Face. Off.
Face.
Face.
Off.
Face. Off.
Face.
Face. Off.
The face.
Off.
Face.
Off.
Face.
Face. Face.
Face.
Off. Now I got it. Wait. Face. Totally lost. He then discovers that not only does he have a girlfriend, but a son too.
Aww. I want you to meet your father. Look at him, it's okay.
So, fittingly enough, he has a woman and kid he ignores in this life just as much as he did in the other one. Great minds? But Troy as Archer attacks and tries to take the gang down. But Mama Troy doesn't want baby Troy to be scared, so she plays some music for him. Which obviously would do fucking nothing, but in a John Woo film, it's about as lame as any other reason to be artsy.
Someday I wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far.
Ah, yes. And if there's any message that this movie is trying to get across, it's don't put kids in the middle of a violent shootout between FBI agents and terrorists for hire. I don't know how many movies we have to make before America gets that, but clearly we're not there yet. Oh, come on, John Woo. That was at least 5 doves worthy. 5 doves, and you didn't even give us one. Come on, you know they're all waiting in the back saying,
"How long we gotta wait back here?"
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? We're doves in a John Woo movie. It's like having man nipples in a Zack Snyder film.
You just keep quiet.
What if they never use us? We'll go back to being stand-ins for that movie no one remembers, but for some reason they're making a sequel to.
But Travolta narrows them down and shoots one of the gang members in the neck.
Hey, man. We had some good times, didn't we?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that's what he'd sound like after being shot there. I think the more appropriate sound would be like, good night. So it's the showdown, kinda, as Travolta and Cage are back to back.
Let's just kill each other.
It's symbolic about how they both shot their own careers in the face. But Cage gets even by axing off Travolta's brother, and thus he finally gets to his wife and tries to explain what's going on.
Nope. There's no way I can't make this awkward.
So he tells her to take a blood test in order to find out the truth. She does exactly that, as I guess Travolta is too manly to not notice when a needle's been stuck in him. And she discovers the truth. So now that he has his wife on his side, this now leads to the real showdown. Kinda. When Travolta attends the funeral of his boss who passed away, and Cage sends a note. And can it be? Is it possible? Yes! We have doves! That's That's right, because this is a church that clearly never closes its door at any time. We have religious symbolicus doves to fill the air. But we need something even more poetically hardcore for this climax. What do you say we set those doves on fire?
Ah! Oh my God! I'm cooking like Christmas dinner!
At least he isn't blowing us up like his original plan.
Isn't this religious?
Was that to signify that Travolta is Jesus? I mean, I know he believes that, but it's still kind of confusing for us. So everybody, and I mean everybody, comes in to partake in a Mexican stand/face-off. This results in the girlfriend getting killed, the wife getting away okay, and everyone except our main characters, of course, getting axed. Building up to the final showdown, kinda.
Oh, I throw my pointless flip at you!
Hello, Wanda? Wanda, this is Eve Archer. I have something crazy to tell you.
I clearly should have told you this yesterday so we could bring this to not such a bloody close, but I'm sorry, I need another foot rub. So they make their way to some boats, which of course they know how to drive, and they partake in yet another action scene.
Are you crazy? Don't go between them!
Go between them, are you crazy?
Okay, that's friggin' awesome. Throw in a few flaming doves on that one. Oh no, they must have crashed into two totally different men driving the same boats because that quite clearly isn't Travolta or Cage. Unless they had another face operation between those cuts, which given these plot holes wouldn't surprise me.
Sand? I can't blow up that.
So he finally kills him off, the police believe his story, and they take him to get his face switched back. His family, for some reason, doesn't visit him in the hospital, and he comes home with a brand new mug.
I've got something I have to ask both of you. This is, Adam. And he needs a place to live.
Wow, really putting us on the spot there, honey. Like we're gonna say no straight to a kid's face who just lost his parents. Couldn't we at least had a conversation about this beforehand?
Yeah, I'm still a terrible husband, but what are you gonna do? Hug me! God, I miss the other guy.
So that's Face Off. It's over-the-top, ridiculous, totally bloated 90s cheese fun. The action is great, the acting is enjoyably corny beyond compare. But to its credit, everything is kind of over the top, so it matches the tone. It's silly, crazy, makes little sense, and a great friggin' deal of fun. It only gets sillier and better every single time I see it. I'm the Nostalgia Critic, and Nicolas Cage month has just begun!
Nicolas Cage. Okay, there's one credit where I'm a singer. Now I'm in Lords of War. Also in Matchstick Man, who had that dude from Iron Man 2. Honestly, I think I could have been a really great Iron Man. I was almost Superman at one point. But despite all my rage, I'm still Nicolas Cage.
Have you been helped?
Don't you remember, Critic? It's me, Tamra.
Oh yeah, from the Catwoman review. Yeah, you were funny in that.
Thank you.
I find you socially awkward due to your disturbing silence.
I see that you have the Wicker Man DVD in your possession.
Oh, yeah.
Did you know that that's my favorite movie?
I don't even know what your last name is, so why would I know that?
Do you have the original or the unrated version?
The unrated.
Oh, good.
Why?
No reason. Enjoy your movie.
Oh, well, thanks, That was weird. Ah! Fuck! Can you go that way, please? Jesus. What the hell's going on around here? Ah! Will you get out of here, please? Ah! Turn around and piss off! Ah! Get out of here, you little whack-a-mole! As if this week couldn't get any more creepy. Let's keep it going with Nicolas Cage, man!
Nicolas Cage. I actually have a confession to make. I'm actually not Nicolas Cage. I'm Nicolas Cage pretending to be a narrator who sounds like Nicolas Cage. Is it fucked up? Of course it is. Well, anyway, I'm gonna be starring in about 26 other movies this month, and if they ever made a live-action Winnie the Pooh, I'd play Eeyore.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy. Remember it so you don't have to. Let's talk about Neil LaBute. You might not recognize his name, but you might recognize his movies. Lakeview Terrace, Nurse Betty, and probably his most controversial, In the Company of Men. And if you were like most moviegoers, this was probably your reaction to them. His films usually had a shockingly harsh, mean-spirited tone that many critics liked, but most audiences didn't know how to accept.
We take a girl of that type, just some corn-fed bitch, and then one day, out goes a rug, and us pulling it hard. She'll be reaching for the sleeping pills within a week, and we will laugh about this till we are very old men.
People came out of each film saying, it is piss my pants uncomfortable, which I think is the film's intent, but is the film actually any good? I think so-ish. It's saying something-ish that I think is beneficial-ish. For years and years, nobody quite knew what to make of him. That is, until the abominable remake that finally gave moviegoers clarity. That being that out of all his films, we know that quite clearly this one is absolute shit. That remake is, of course, Wicker Man. Based on the British cult hit of the 70s, the film centers around a cop brought in to investigate an abduction on an island ran by a bizarre cult. The major change in this one? The island is dominated by women. Yeah, interesting change, but I'm sure the guy who wrote a story about sexist men breaking the heart of a lonely, depressed deaf woman will clearly show no signs of misogyny here. But why wait to find out? Let's take a look at the burning disaster remake that is Wicker Man. So as the credits roll, we naturally open up with our hero played by Nicolas Cage. Hallelujah. He's a cop who likes checking out books that I'm sure most of us will need to read after viewing this picture. He's off doing his coply duties when he sees a kid drop her doll out the window. Jesus, I didn't think you could make Nicolas Cage grabbing a girl's doll actually look cool, but by God, this movie actually kind of pulled it off.
In the name of strawberry shortcake, you shall be avenged!
So he pulls the car over to give the child back her doll.
We won't let it happen again, sir.
Great, thanks a lot.
Sonny, stop that. I'm so sorry. She's belted in.
Don't worry, it comes with the territory. I'll get it.
As an officer, it's my duty to keep my eyes peeled for any opportunity to serve and protect. Except, of course, when a giant truck is traveling on the wrong side of the road for no reason, plunging innocent civilians into a fiery ditch. For some reason, I'm not very good at spotting those.
Cage tries to save them, but the little girl's too busy being needlessly creepy because that's what kids in movies kind of did for a while, and she burns up in the fire. Cut to sometime later, they never specifically say how long, as it seems Cage has a problem getting over his mistake.
Hey. So?
That about sums it up.
So, you got a scene for me?
Stuff helping you?
You don't have to stay. I don't really need visitors.
Well, she added a lot. As we see, Cage gets a letter from his ex-fiancée, who apparently has elvish penmanship. and alerts him that not only has she moved to an island called Summer Isle, not only does she have a child named Rowan, not only is she probably his, not only is she now missing and she's incredibly concerned, but she wants him to come to the island and look for her. God damn! That's like Jesus finally writing to his father saying how he enjoyed Jerusalem.
Hey.
So he goes to his cop friend to try and get some advice, who quite frankly seems way too spontaneously into this, having just heard about it.
The plot thickens. So is this like some old girlfriend or something, this, Willow?
We were engaged.
Sounds like she got kind of close with someone else, too. Summer's Isle? And she's got the nerve to contact you now? Shit. I mean, you're gonna blow this off, right? Why don't you do a little digging on her first? I mean, come on. Tell her to contact the father. Give her a call.
I don't know why, I'm just really upset about your problems right now. Hello? Oh, your husband's been murdered? Well, boo fuckity who?
We need to be in that briefing in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
Still got no scene for me? Okay. Nevertheless, Cage agrees to the case as when traveling to the island, he can't help but still think of the girl he let down before.
I'll find him what he wants. He went away. You're too fishy.
Jesus Christ! Who let the truck on the boat? Do boats really need a sign that says no trucks allowed? If it's a party boat, do we have to put no trucks under 21 allowed? Holy fuck! This movie's dramatic subtlety is on par with UHF. So he gets to the island of Summer Isle, or as I like to call it, the Creepy Shire, as he comes across some scary hobbit folk.
Now, a complaint has been made by a resident of this island.
Complaint, you say?
Yes, ma'am, about a missing child.
Well, no, that's always trouble.
What's in the bag? A shark or something?
Go on, take a peek.
Well, nothing suspicious here. You go ahead and take your bleeding, moving, human-sized bag to wherever while you laugh maniacally. I'm gonna go see if this place has any cake.
So he walks into the middle of the Hocus Pocus 2 auditions to see if he can get any answers.
Are you the barmaid in here, or whatever you call it?
I'm Sister Beach, yes.
What's her name again?
I'm Sister Beach, yes.
Please tell me that's the only time we hear that name.
Mrs. Beach.
Sister Beach. Sister Beach. Sister Beach.
There's not enough images of slaughtered bunnies in the world to get me not to laugh at that.
Sister Beach.
My brethren will get revenge in the hokiest, most over-the-top way possible.
Sorry, I'm allergic.
So he comes across his ex-fiancée named Willow, who has quite the talent for giving all information and no information at the same time.
What in the hell happened to you?
We were young.
So what?
Why do we do anything?
I need some kind of answer.
I was scared.
Why do this?
We're different here.
Was it some other guy?
I wasn't ready for this.
Okay, if I give you a multiple choice between A, B, and C, will you give me a straight answer then?
I choose Q.
Christ.
Speaking of which, Cage continues to see all sorts of strangeness on the island. Twins talking in unison, women wearing red hoods over their heads, everybody talking in scary foreshadowing tones, Lily Sobieski. And oddly enough, decides not to get the fuck out of there. But again, being Cage, maybe this all makes him feel at home.
Excuse me, did someone unpack my bag? Because I'm missing some tapes.
I wouldn't know about that.
They're called Everything's Okay.
Good.
Look, there she goes, that girl is so peculiar.
Things don't get any better when he continues to dream about the same girl he lost before.
That's not her daughter, though.
Again? This thing follows his subconscious like Freddy Krueger driving the truck from Duel. It doesn't get any scarier the more you show it, it just gets funnier. Can we just get a loop of that? And they say there's nothing good on the internet. But Cage thinks he sees Rowan in the garden and tries to go after her, thinking he's narrowed her down in the barn.
Rowan?
I could hear your vroosh.
Which is really obnoxious when you think about it. How come in a movie, whenever somebody passes the camera in the dark, it's always accompanied by a vroosh? I mean, do people have no control over that? It's really annoying. Ah! Malcolm!
Huh?
Can you keep your vroosh down? I was just talking about how obnoxious it is.
Sorry. It's the new shoes.
he loses track of her and doesn't seem to get any closer, making this scene entirely pointless. He does, however, notice what any fucking idiot would notice the first time being there, a massive lineup of pictured girls all looking like they're about to be sacrificed at an altar. But one picture seems to be missing.
Our harvest festival, we have one the end of each autumn, and then the festival of fertility, too, of course.
What happened last year's?
Afraid it got ruined last night.
Okay, let's cut the bullshit. We all know you're Brian Cox in drag. Just stop pretending.
So he goes to see if he can get any answers from little Lily.
Hey, I meant to ask you in there, do you recognize this girl? Where's the other woman who works here?
No, let's go back to the question you just asked and clearly didn't get an answer to. Have you seen this little girl? God, do you have any policemen in sight? Would you do this on any other case?
Excuse me, have you seen this white man with glasses and a goatee? Okay, well that's good enough for me. All right, guys, nothing to see here.
Things get, imagine this, even stranger when he goes to a school that only seems to be teaching girls.
Will you tell us what man represents in his purest form?
Yes.
Phallic symbol, phallic symbol.
Hey! As a man, I am very offended. I mean, you're not supposed to just say it.
School's really changed since I was a kid.
How dare you stand there and frighten my children?
Wow, Nicolas Cage is so creepy he can scare people by just standing in the same room as them? Oh, let's be honest, none of us are surprised by that.
Whose desk is this?
My apologies, we are studying the textbook of lazy jump scares. Okay, chapter 2, children, walking by the camera and going The more questions he asks, of course, the fewer answers he gets.
If Rowan Woodward existed...
If? I suppose her mother is lying to me too, huh?
Not lying, no. Grieving.
You mean that Rowan is dead?
It was an accident.
What kind of accident?
Leave things alone, please.
Sister Rose, how'd she die?
She'll burn to death.
What'd you just say?
She burned to death.
So, seeing how Rowan has more inconsistent backstories than Tommy Wiseau, Cage sets out at least to locate the body or grave, which neither Willow nor Cage thinks proves at all that she's actually dead.
They put it there, I didn't.
Who's that?
So, here's a crazy idea. He asks her to take him to the place where she last saw her. Shouldn't this have been the first friggin' thing that he did?
So this is where you last saw Rowan? Yeah? Can you give me the details? It's important.
Sorry, I don't operate in details. Just foreshadowing bullshit that makes for great creepy padding.
And you're sure it's no way it could be someone from off the island?
No.
Well, that could be considered a clue if it wasn't typical writing for any child stuck at school.
Wait for me.
So he doesn't seem to get any closer. That is, until he thinks he sees her drowning under the dock. Oh, clearly it was just a dream. Or maybe it wasn't, oh my god! Nope, just a dream.
God damn it!
A double fake out? Really? We're that desperate? God, the least they could have done is at least thrown in another truck.
So he goes to ask more questions after randomly passing by the cult of Jawas, as he just now fucking realizes that Rowan was the girl missing in the framed picture. No, you think?
Why didn't you tell me Rowan was a part of all this? Huh? The rituals.
Well, I'm frightened of this place too.
All right, I'm sorry. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Jesus Christ, does this guy ever use his brain? These have got to be some of the worst detective skills of all time. I mean, how stupid do you have to be?
How's the review coming, critic?
That's it! Listen here, you creepy little elf on a shelf. I'm not gonna let a crazy and potentially dangerous person get in the way of my work.
What are you gonna do? Leave? Call for backup? Bring in as many sane and rational people possible to level out this insane playing field?
No, that'd be unbelievably stupid. I'm just gonna ask obvious question after obvious question that anyone would know in the hopes that you will give me an incredibly vague answer that will make me more angry.
Oh, all right then. Go ahead.
What? What's going on here?
They would know.
Who is they?
They is them.
Them is they?
All is knowing.
Knowing is all?
You can't understand that not understanding is understanding when you can't understand. Understand?
Your vagueness is making me angry!
Then maybe I should leave.
Fine. Think I've utilized my detective skills long enough? Get out of here! Whew. Okay, so after that... Will you get out of here? It's a bad day to be me. So, in keeping with his brilliant deduction skills, Cage gets absolutely no answers from anybody, so he tours the island more. He notices that the men on the island are only used for labor and are never allowed to speak. Kinda like how they treat people at Walmart. But trouble starts to brew when he comes across a giant farm of bees. As you remember, Cage is horribly allergic to bees. So, what to do? Run deeper into the farm of bees, of course! Because it's... opposite day? He gets stung too many times and passes out, but is saved by some of the workers who dropped him off at Sister Summer Isle's home. The woman who runs the island, played by Ellen Burstyn. They go walking just outside the beehives, which... Cage seems to be taking miraculously well, seeing how he nearly died from them. I'd piss my pants if I saw one on a sandwich after that! So she talks about how they honor the great goddess and also their treatment of men on the island.
Men are what? Second-class citizens?
No, not at all. We love our men. We're just not subservient to them. The men are a very important part of our little colony. Breeding, you know.
My God, this island is terrible. All the men do around here is mate and stay at home and mate and not have to talk to anybody and mate. And can I vacation here?
The strongest, the finest, the most sturdy of our kind.
Female, right?
Well, when the upper body strength fairy comes to help you move a recliner, then we'll talk. But then Cage remembers, oh yeah, the little girl thing, and brings the questions back to looking for her.
Perhaps it is time for you to stop bullshitting me, okay?
Now you be careful.
Especially when a little girl's life is at stake. My little girl. I'm sure you've guessed.
As a matter of fact, yes.
I'm only interested in the law. Now, do I have permission to open the grave of Rowan Woodward?
Oh, I was under the impression I'd already given it to you.
So he gets permission to look through the grave, but all he finds is a burnt little doll. This, of course, gets Cage even angrier!
This hers? Tell me!
Yeah.
How'd it get burned? How'd it get burned? How'd it get burned? How'd it get burned?
Somebody lit it! Somebody lit it!
Where are you going?
Back to her place.
And I'm coming with you.
No, Willow, I mean it.
But maybe if we...
Something bad is about to happen. I can feel it.
Yes, because everything's been going great up until now. I'd hate to see what happens if this all went down some weird, nonsensical road. Like, that's a good start. Let's see what's behind door number 2. No, is it weird bee thing o'clock already? And folks, that's only the beginning of where this Tijuana car wash of insanity takes you. Including the Great Gonzo being pulled over by Cage at gunpoint.
Get off the bike. Step away from the bike.
I have shot people over less than this!
Hey, guess who I am? That's right, Monica Crawley.
It is he.
Huh. So that's why the Olsen twins don't make public appearances anymore. We were playing Why the Hell Will We Be Laughing except to create a not-so-creepy environment because the acting and storytelling can't deliver on its own. Now with a take-home edition. And now we've entered a Kager in Narnia. But instead of Aslan leading the party, we have... Oh my God.
Oh, goddess of the fields,
Please accept our offering.
We may be able to take this off our resume, but we'll never be able to take it off our embarrassing IMDb page!
And yes, it looks like Cage has finally had enough of this goddamn motherfucking island. Time to punch a beach in the mouth.
That's for making me think you were Albert Finney.
But little Lily attacks, and yes, they actually do have a fight sequence together. All while Caroline is getting smashed. You know, for the stronger sex island, you could teach less wimpy fighting moves.
Yeah! Fear me, I am mighty.
Well, looks like Sobieski needs to sober up ski. So he disguises himself in a bear suit Mrs. Beach was gonna wear, and he works his way into the LARP parade.
Help, a bear ate me, get me out of here. No, seriously, we're all in big trouble.
I thought I told you to wait for me.
What do you mean? I had to come.
So Cage finally finds Rowan, who's about to be sacrificed, and decides to save the day in one of the most surreal, unintentionally funny moments ever put to film.
What is it? What's wrong, sister? What is it? What's wrong, sister?
Hey, Critic. What are you looking at? Family pictures?
No. All my old bear jokes. I've made so many in the past. Oh, look at this one. This is when Christopher Walken said it's not over. Bears. He never says anything like a human. Oh, and here. This is from Care Bears 2 when Dark Hearts said time for a game of disappearing bears. He never says anything natural either. Oh, and there's Charlton Heston talking about hunting bears, and there's even Sean Connery in a bear suit.
Wow, so many bear memories.
And yet here, Malcolm, here in Wicker Man, is the holy grail of bear scenes. A moment where Nicolas Cage is in a bear suit and he punches out a woman while Ellen Braveheart watches. There's just so many jokes I can do and I don't know which one to pick. Maybe I should just skip the joke altogether.
Hey, don't talk like that. You know, sometimes the more obvious the joke, the more it has to be addressed.
But which one should I do? Which one should I do?
Tell you what, why don't you do all of them?
All of them?
Yes. That way the public can decide which one's best.
You know, that's not such a bad idea. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you for understanding my bear dilemma.
That's what I'm here for.
Is it working?
Yes, everything's going according to plan.
Okay, so here are my Nicolas Cage bear jokes.
Waka waka whore. Papa Bear says this bitch is too conscious. The Bernstein family says hi. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Winnie the Shut the Fuck Up. The Bear Necessities would like you to get more acquainted with the ground. Gummy bears bouncing here and there and in your face. Sister Rose, meet Brother Bear. I hear you've been harnessing picnic baskets. Paddington told me we should meet face to face. Can't get enough of that golden crisp. It's got the crunch with punch.
And the #1 Nicolas Cage bear joke is...
Only you can prevent not getting your ass kicked by Nicolas fucking Cage!
Play me out, Paul! So Cage saves Rowan, but little does he know she was never in any danger at all. In fact, she even runs back to her group who welcome her with open arms.
You have come of your own free will to keep this appointment with the Wicker Man, and now the game is over.
The game of the hunter leading the hunted.
This was all part of a new reality show called Fucking with Cage. Next week, we're gonna see what happens if we make him think he's a vampire.
I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire!
We led you to believe that your daughter would be sacrificed due to the failure of the crops last year.
They failed, all right, disastrously so. But we are always prepared with a powerful sacrifice. And that, my friend, is your destiny.
It is your destiny.
So their thought is that his sacrifice will bring the crops back to flourish like it has all the other years of sacrificing they've done. But wait, if he had to come of his own free will, why didn't they just capture him after he got to the island? Why all the running around and mystery? And most importantly, how did that little doll get burned? I'm sorry, it couldn't have come from a match. Stay back! Cage tries to fight them off, but what do you know?
No more bullets.
They break his legs, take him to a giant Wicker Man, and put him inside, setting it ablaze. Worst Burning Man ever.
The crow must die! The crow!
Oh hey, I can see there's a Hyatt resort just over those trees. Boy, don't I feel stupid.
And thus, the poor man is burned alive by the power-hungry women, who wish to do nothing but break and control anyone of the opposite sex. Well, at least we now know how Rush Limbaugh views feminism. But it doesn't stop there. We get one more ending where, I swear to God, James Franco and Jason Ritter are off-duty cops in a bar chatting it up.
Check it out.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, you want to hear about a role where I destroy a world's entire future by my mere existence? Planet of the Apes? No, Oz, the Great and Powerful.
Well, hello there.
But then Sister Willow enters in, and presumably, it all starts over again.
When you leave here, where are you going?
It's my apartment.
When you do, will you take me with you?
Bitches! You bitches!
And that was Wicker Man. What the fuck? I think it's trying to be anti-feminist, but on the other hand, Cage is kind of a shouting idiotic jerk, as are half the other guys in the movie, so maybe it's the other way around, showing that being chauvinistic and misogynistic will lead to your demise, but then why do they try to make this place come off so creepy and insane? I don't know, and in the end, I don't care, because it's incredibly obvious this is a giant piece of shit. I mean, this flick is so entertainingly bad, and every other second has something to laugh at in terms of how awkward it is. So, if you're looking for a batshit insane movie that'll have you unintentionally laughing in the aisles, then this Wickerham is for you. I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember it so you don't have to. Isn't that usually it?
Not quite. Aren't you forgetting something, critic?
Tamara, what the hell are you doing here? The review is over.
There's one famous part you forgot to mention.
The most famous part of the movie, and my all-time favorite scene. Not the bees.
No, goddammit! Everybody talks about that stupid scene! The internet has talked about this stupid scene since the beginning of stupid scenes! We are not talking about that stupid scene! I'm not talking about that stupid scene! You're not talking about that stupid scene! You're not talking about that stupid scene! We are not talking about that stupid scene!
I thought you'd say that, which is why we've come to make sure that you follow through.
Over 4 million hits on YouTube.
Countless quotes in countless forums.
It cannot be ignored.
It is your destiny.
No.
The more obvious the joke, the more it has to be addressed.
No!
The more obvious the joke, the more it has to be addressed.
Wait, you think saying that in unison is somehow gonna change my mind?
No, but this will. Reference the bees.
Never.
Reference the bees.
Never! I'll see you in hell, you fucking smurfette! Oh, you crazy bitch! Tell the rest of the lollipop guild I said hello!
What is that? No, not that. Anything but that. No, not the memes! Not the memes! Oh, they're everywhere! They're all over the internet! Oh, they're in my eyes! I've seen them so much they're ingrained in my eyes! All right, I'll talk about the fucking bees! Christ!
The irony is that the most famous scene in this movie where Cage is being tortured by the bees isn't even in the original. It was in the unrated cut. So this moment literally is so enjoyed that it became popular despite it never getting a theatrical release. So what is it about this moment that everybody goes nuts for? Is it the bees are so horribly CG'd? Is it that the idea itself is so crazy? Is it that he keeps shouting they're in my eyes when they're clearly not in his eyes?
Oh, in my eyes! My eyes!
Well, the only conclusion I can come to why everybody loves this scene, of course, is the Cage Man himself. It's only a few seconds long, but he does his thing. Screaming at the top of his lungs, asking what something is like they're honestly gonna tell him.
What is it? What is it?
And even shaking his head back and forth going blah, blah! Perhaps it's because it's not just typical over the top. Well, okay, it kind of is, but it's also just kind of awkward. He's not going full Cage freak out. This is more like an 8 or a 9. If he was, his eyes would be more bulgy like they usually are. He just sort of goes halfway and then kind of gives up. Which bizarrely enough makes it even more over the top and strange. Perhaps it's one of those instances where going big but not all the way big makes it even more awkward and memorable. And surprisingly, maybe making it the biggest moment in any Cage movie. It has its own unique blend of strange, not of this world, so bad it's good corniness that will live on in ridiculous film history.
Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah! Oh, my eyes! My eyes! Ah! Ah!
There! You happy, you crazy obsessed fuck?
Oh, I am. I am. Fans to talk about this scene so that it may be exploited for all of eternity.
Okay, we are having a meeting about this tomorrow.
She was very persuasive.
No. Best Nicolas Cage movie ever. Bad Lieutenant, Port of Call, New Orleans.
You're out of your mind because it's the John Woo classic, Face Off. Why? Because you've got Nicolas Cage wielding twin gold-plated Desert Eagles.
He was doing that in his own mind in Bad Lieutenant, plus with dancing souls, iguanas, and Fat Val Kilmer.
Peach, I could eat a peach for hours. But be that as it may.
I hear you two are Nicolas Cage fans?
A touch. A bit of an understatement, honestly.
Would that mean that you would be interested in maybe doing a Wicker Man review in the future? Possibly for little old me.
Nice.
Hold it! What? Come on, dude! What the hell?
Spells your cock blocker.
Okay, Arya Stark, if you think you can just leave after all the crazy shit you put me through, you got another thing coming. You are by far the craziest, nastiest, meanest, sadistic-dist, psychotic-dist, criminally insane, unwell, mentally ill, fucking obsessed nutjob I've ever seen in my entire life, and I am gonna do what needs to be done about it. You wanna come work for me? My views always seem to go up whenever I'm in pain.
Yeah, sure.
Woo!
Hello? Hey, Jerry, yeah, I'm doing the thing for the Nostalgia Critic. What do you mean I'm not getting paid? Okay, hold on. Are you telling me that I won't be getting paid for this? Nicolas Cage.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember it so you don't have to. I've heard of worse ways to try and get Nicolas Cage into the Avengers. I guess Nicolas Cage was so good at making it look like his skull was burning out of his face that this seemed like an inevitable decision. Ghost Rider, based on the famous Marvel Comics series, is arguably the fucking coolest looking thing conceived since Bacon Robot Demon Slayer. It's mine! So how can an idea as friggin' awesome as this possibly go astray? Well, getting the writer and director of Daredevil, Elektra, and Jack Frost is a good fucking start. Yeah, the guy who made something that's supposed to be adorable terrifying and something that's supposed to be terrifying adorable. We're in good fucking hands. Let's finish off Nicolas Cage month with Ghost Rider. The movie starts with Sam Elliott giving an opening narration, which immediately makes me think we're watching a Chevy truck commercial.
It's said that the West was built on legends, tall tales that help us make sense of things too great or too terrifying to believe. This is the legend of the Ghost Rider.
And I'm talking about the dude here.
He speaks of a person who did the devil's bidding until he came across a contract of 1,000 souls.
But that contract was so powerful, he knew he could never let the devil get his hands on it.
Yeah, so a sheet of paper is the big end-all this movie has to offer, because there's nothing more terrifying than legal ramifications.
So he did what no rider has ever done before. He outran the devil himself.
So what you're saying is the devil in this world is a pretty lame one.
The thing about legends is, sometimes they're true.
And sometimes there's a man.
Okay, I'm getting my Big Lebowski jar here, because trust me, I'm gonna need it. Thus the credits burn through the screen to reveal Bowser's Castle on level 4 of Mario Kart. Here we go! Woo-hoo-ha-ha! Look out for the association with relativity media! Woo! Cut to years later as we see a young daredevil named Johnny Blaze, partaking in a father and son act presumably called the Flaming Speed Racers. But his father doesn't like how he's trying to impress his girlfriend in the audience.
You're already screwing around.
I was just doing it for the crowd.
Both know why you done it. You think she's gonna stand by you when you're in a wheelchair? Huh, hotshot?
I never would have expected a daredevil would be such a show-off. But things get complicated when his girlfriend named Roxanne, played by Eve Mendes, tells her beau that she has to leave. And is it me, or are you waiting for Albert Finney's Big Fish narration to take over any minute?
We'll jump on the bike and just keep going. Tomorrow, noon. We'll meet here.
It was then that I realized my adventures have just begun. All leading up to when I dressed in drag on that island in Summer Isle. That was a weird weekend.
He discovers, though, that he can't leave because his father found out he's dying of cancer, which is news to a certain horned one's ears played by Peter Fonda.
Worried about your father. The thing about cancer is the time it takes. Plans that have to be changed.
I couldn't help but notice your cartoonishly silly shadow. Are you perchance a Muppet of sorts?
Would you be willing to make a deal?
Name your price.
I'll take your soul.
I knew it. You're from Google, aren't you? Look, I already signed up for Google Plus even though I don't need it. How much more control of my life do you want? Blaze agrees, of course, to make a contract with him, and his father is miraculously saved from certain death, only to accidentally slip into certain death.
Dad.
Oh, gee, who would have thought you can't trust the devil?
You're no good to me, Dad.
You killed him.
I awkwardly ask you to pull my finger in defiance.
I'll be watching.
So the devil claims him as his property, which means he can't run off with his girlfriend. He doesn't even give her an excuse. He just looks at her and rides off like the wind or rain or some bullshit, and we cut ahead years later to the reveal of our star, the Cage Man. Hallelujah. He's transformed into the most famous daredevil in the world, but his helpers question how he's been able to survive so many injuries without a scratch for so long.
You should be taking a dirt nap after that ragdoll today.
I got lucky.
And you got an angel looking after you.
Yeah, maybe.
What's the ante?
5-part draw. Maybe it's something else.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
But not too far away, we get the reveal of our main villain, played by Wes Bentley. I just like doing that at random, just walking across empty desert and suddenly going, rah! I mean, it may seem pointless to you, but if there happened to be a camera in front of me, it may possibly scare a 7-year-old, but not an adult because that'd be childishly silly. But I'm gonna keep doing it because, it's fun. It's just my thing, it's just me. Ah! I'm gonna get you. And yes, folks, this is what the villain of our movie looks like. Because isn't this who you want to see Nicolas fucking Cage go up against? That bag-filming pussy from American Beauty? Oh yeah, it's just as good as when they teamed up Vin Diesel against Kat Dennings, or Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson against Tyler Perry as Medea, or Mark Wahlberg against that snowman from Frozen. Don't underestimate him, he bites. So he takes out Curly of Hell's Stooges and calls upon his minions of rejected Matrix concept art. While that's going on, Cage gets settled into his garage where he looks to relax before his next big stunt.
Oh, I see you still haven't gotten the lock for your lift. That's great. You got a lot of expensive bikes in here, man. I told you. Well, JB, I said it before, I'll say it again. This place could use a woman's touch.
So could you.
All right, 4 out of 5. Wreck one more and you get the whole set. I actually want to talk to you about something kind of serious. It's about you jumping on the anniversary of your dad's accident.
Yeah, let's see, what other exposition did I miss out here? Oh, books! Yeah, books. You still have to read books, JB, on this, the anniversary of your father's death?
I'm trying to relax, Mac.
Yeah, I understand. All right, it's just gonna take a second.
And I'm not even kidding. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. Cage's idea of relaxing in this movie is pouring jelly beans into a martini glass and laughing at videos of monkeys doing karate. Why is it I get the feeling that Nicolas Cage wouldn't do this movie unless the specific setup was in it? Would it really surprise you?
Unfortunately, Mr. Cage, we were unable to write in a scene where you juggle flaming ukuleles and sculpt kitty litter.
However, we did get that scene for you where you drink Jelly Bellies and watch monkeys practicing Kung Fu.
Were you at least able to have me surfing elephant breath while eating my dreams?
No, Mr. Cage, that's impossible to visualize.
Idiots! Freeze the elephant breath into a solid mass. Then, I want you to create a machine that can take dreams and make them physical so that I can consume them for nourishment. Is that so hard?
Mr. Cage, I'm sorry, but unfortunately our budget will only allow for Jelly Bellies and Monkey Kung Fu.
Very well. I'll just see how my demands are being met on Wicker Man.
So he's just about to do his biggest stunt when he comes across his old flame, Roxanne, who's now a reporter. And he gives what many would consider a very typical Nicolas Cage interview.
Johnny, what drives somebody to risk their life for entertainment?
I heard you got married.
Most of the time, the press focuses on the crashes, the broken bones, the cost of what you do. Are there any other costs?
Yeah.
Why do I get a terrible feeling that this demonic hellspawn of fire and awesomeness is just gonna be a guy waking up for 2 hours? So he does his jump, but realizes he wanted to talk to Roxanne some more.
Pull over!
I can green screen some more effects if you want. Hold on. Why don't I make it more convincing by adding the Na'vi and Jar Jar Binks to the mix?
Cage are gonna love you long time. So he finally stops them and he has a nice long conversation with her.
Look, you were 17 and you witnessed a tragedy and you ran. And I understand now like I understood then. And I have no hard feelings, none, you know? And that's why they call it the past, because it's past, it's done, it's over with.
I call this the if I did in real life, I'd probably be arrested kiss. It worked great in the Notebook.
8 o'clock.
Yes! So, Cage is finally on a date, and after years and years of regret and frustration suddenly giving him another chance, what does Cage do with this opportunity? Show up late because he's too busy looking at himself in the mirror.
You deserve a second chance.
A typical Cageism. This makes Roxanne so upset that she checks her magic 8-ball. Wait, what?
What about you?
Movie? That's teenage My Little Pony fan fiction bad. Is there also an anvil in her purse to knock herself out in case she sees something else that might shock her? Oh my god! Another cute boy I used to like! But Cage is interrupted from his incredibly important mirror watching by the fires of Fonda, who now tells him that Cage, as the writer, must stop his son from getting the contract which he spontaneously now for some reason decides he wants. I guess you just hit puberty and you suddenly want the contract of 1,000 souls. Go figure.
You're under contract, remember? If you succeed, I'll return your soul.
You know, I guess it's kind of fitting seeing how easy Ryder is passing on a mission to difficult in any way to get emotionally attached Ryder. So the Devil's Son and his droogs try to locate Cage, but come across a man and his lantern. Oh, for fuck's sake, movie. When the flying hell does anyone carry a lantern? Unless you're in the Haunted Mansion or a Scooby-Doo episode, you use a fucking flashlight!
You really shouldn't be here. That's what they keep telling me.
But Cage drops in as he finally starts to transform into the Ghost Rider. And there's no CG being used here, folks. Cage can just set himself ablaze whenever he's asked. And I'm not gonna lie, when Ghost Rider is on screen, it's pretty fucking awesome.
Looking for someone.
Back to hell.
Granted, his voice isn't really anything that interesting, but then again, I guess it would be even stranger if it was still Cage's voice coming out of it.
You turn me on, brump. You turn me on, brump. You're not too tall, you're not too short, you're not too round, brump.
So the Rider is ready to kick some ass until he's nailed by Nicolas Cage's greatest arch nemesis. What is it with Nicolas Cage and trucks? If he's not dreaming about them hitting little girls, he's getting hit by them in real life. Maybe Optimus Prime just likes punking with celebrities.
Come on, Autobots. Let's scare the shit out of Whoopi Goldberg next.
But Cage does manage to get out and get his revenge.
Ashes to asses, dust to fuck. You should have hit me with that goddamn truck.
So after chasing the evil Planeteers away, he tours around town trying to take even more evil souls to hell. One of them, understandably so, trying to axe off Rebel Wilson.
Thanks.
I'm off to ask Conan O'Brien to finance a horrible sitcom.
Your soul is stained by the blood of the innocent.
Well, you have no lips, and yet somehow you still form consonants.
Feel their pain.
So So he takes his soul to hell, has himself a good sleep, and ends up in a cemetery. Owned by, of course, Sam Elliott, who knows all about him.
Did I say something funny?
We're big on irony around here. Out by the shed.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's Sam Elliott, a man who's made a mumbling dialect from his inability to eat his own mustache.
Don, I got a nice cozy spot picked out for you.
I mean, is that some sort of Eastern thing?
Things are made much better when Cage and Elliott have to carry on a conversation of mumbles.
One deal at a time.
Sterilize.
Pin and stare.
Have there been others?
Sterilize that for me.
There was some...
Sears the souls of the wicked.
Jesus! I've had a better time understanding the Wookiees in the Star Wars Christmas special!
Fallen angels cast out of heaven by St. Michael himself.
So he tells him that the Devil's Son and his minions were angels cast out of heaven. And also, we learn the name of the Devil's Son, too. You ready for this? No, seriously, are you ready for this? It's pretty funny.
What's this have to do with Blackheart?
Blackheart.
Okay, I am totally convinced that this was originally a Care Bears cartoon. I mean, think about it. The silly shadow, the guy with the lantern, the fucking 8-ball. This is all stuff you'd see in a preschool Saturday morning lineup. And now, the villain's name is Blackheart? Fucking Blackheart? It's like calling your villain Dark Bad or Mean Poop. I mean, with all this talk of the devil and fallen angels and such, do you really think that this part made it into the Bible? You think that was actually the devil child's name? Well, I don't want to step on anyone's religious toes, so let's just double check it to be sure. Oh wow, Revelations 2010. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, along with his son, tee-hee-ha-ha, his son, Pwif-heckle-heckle, I can't believe I'm saying this, his son, Blackheart, plah-ha-ha, okay guys, who's punking me? Wow, God does have a sense of humor.
Tired of cleaning the house with those oily rags that just seem to move the dirt around? Well, why don't you try Sam Wow, the only towel endorsed by Sam Elliott. The instructions are very simple.
Okay then.
And, just as Sam mentioned, Sam Wow works on any surface, except for latex, which would cause a burning reaction if it came in contact with human skin.
Ah! Oh my God! Help me! What do I do? Just speak English, you geriatric Yosemite Sam!
Don't you let me, you son of a bitch!
Just help me! Just help me! Ah!
You didn't see anything, did you, Mr. Cameraman? Well, best not take any chances.
The Sam Wow, because somebody needs to soak up all that blood. And remember...
Hush, madame, hush, madame. Say, friend, you got any more of that good sarsaparilla?
So after Cage realizes he can summon fire through his fist and tried to scare himself in the mirror. Hey, to be fair, it's scarier than this. Dude, I'm gonna get ya! I'm gonna get ya! He apologizes to Roxanne, who, rightfully so, isn't pleased that he abandoned her once again. That is, until later that night when she realized that she somehow was wrong.
I came to apologize. I'm leaving town tonight, and I didn't want what I said today to be the last words between us.
That's okay.
No, it's not.
Lady, what the fuck is wrong with you? You have nothing to apologize for. This is the guy who abandoned you when you were gonna run away forever with him and then never showed up when he was trying to make amends. Mostly because he was just staring at himself in the goddamn mirror. He seems to do a lot of that in this movie. These are big asshole issues, and yet you constantly treat it like he spilled mustard on your dress or something. Oh well, at least she's saying goodbye and isn't dumb enough to spontaneously go back to him. Bitch, what is wrong with you? I've seen games of Pong that don't go back and forth as much as you do. And still, what does Cage end up doing?
I think I should walk you to your car.
Okay, I've never seen landing lights more clearly labeled to get the fuck out of a relationship, and yet she still tries to fight for his heart.
You almost kill yourself on the highway so you can ask me out and then you don't show. Then you keep my picture, but when I kiss you, you try to shove me out the door. Don't you care about me at all, Johnny?
The way I, in no logical sense, care for you. So, he finally gives her a logical explanation she can at least comprehend.
I sold my soul to the devil.
Well, most women would kick you in the rocks for saying something so stupid, but you throw in an eyebrow like that, and suddenly you go from Ghost Rider to Flynn Rider.
For the devil.
Well, yeah, I'm his bounty hunter, but it only happens at night, like it is right now.
So tonight, you'll...
I believe so, which is why it's probably a very good idea that you run on home now, Roxanne.
Look, this worked when I broke up with 8 other chicks. I'm not sure why it's having no effect on you.
I realize that you'd rather make up ridiculous stories than be honest with me.
She does end up not believing him, big surprise, so I guess it's time for some proof. Wait a minute! A few minutes ago you were shooting flames out of your fist, and now you're just hoping she trusts your fucking word?
Would you believe me if I said I was Superman?
But the cops figure out he's the one ripping up the town and throw him in jail, which causes him to start going crazy from being around so much evil.
Looks like somebody's tripping out. You might be a big shot out there, Blaze, but in here you're nothing but a monkey in a cage.
And don't you know, you don't put a monkey in a cage, you put a cage in a bear. It just makes more sense. So all the evil brings out the Rider, and once again, it's pretty badass to watch. But sadly, the badassness meter decreases when you remember he's going up against Team Hot Topic.
You'll just love my toxic love.
Things don't get much better when the police start to hunt him down. But he has an awesome way out of that too.
Get over here!
You're pissing me off.
Okay.
Apologies, Captain, but apparently I was pissing off the flaming skull. I'm gonna go to McDonald's now. So he takes out Bob, James Franco, Marley, and starts heading back. Okay, that was pretty fucking awesome. Throwing a few flaming doves on that one.
Prepare to fire! Fire! And try not to hit the woman we let walk in front of us for some reason.
So Roxanne makes her way to Cage's home because clearly no police would be looking for him there. I think the cops in this town mostly consist of this. And of course, Bag Filmer is waiting.
Roxanne.
Ooh, I almost got you. I saw a little bit of a flinch there, a little bit of a flinch.
Nobody out hands me!
Your penance stare doesn't work on me. I have no soul to burn. I guess the caretaker forgot to mention that, huh?
He also forgot to mention that you can't choke a skeleton, but whatever. He knocks him down and tells him that he's taking his lady friend.
You don't work for my father anymore. You work for me. Get the contract from the caretaker. Bring it to me in San Venganza.
I'll be waiting at the Spencer's Gifts where I work. So he goes back to Sam Elliott, who apparently has had the contract all along, but why the hell should he hand it over?
He may have my soul, but he doesn't have my spirit.
Any man who's got the guts to sell his soul for love, got the power to change the world.
Fucking A, this is My Little Pony fan fiction! Can't you just see an episode ending like that?
Anyone who would give their soul for love has the power to change the world. Isn't that right, Ghost Pony Rider? Right.
So Elliot reveals that he was the original writer and decides to ride with Cage, finally showing his true form. And if you thought that was cool, take a look at this fucking awesome visual. By God, is that awesome! Only one thing could be missing from this. There you go. God fucking yeah! Throw in 4 more flaming doves while we're at it too. I'll just assume he was an evil iguana. So after just about the most badass buildup you've ever seen, it's time to deliver a badass climax of fiery biblical proportions with these two.
This is the end of the trail for me.
Huh?
I got nothing left. I could only change one more time, and I was saving it for this.
Wait a minute, you didn't save it to help him battle evil to save the world, you saved it to be a cool-looking GPS? It's a cool Cage from an earlier scene.
What's the matter with you?
Been trying to make things right ever since.
Thank you.
God knows I've made my share of mistakes.
The most recent one being wasting that flaming horse thing.
Thank you, kid.
Yeah, if I need directions to an all-night Taco Bell, I'll be sure to summon your blaze again. Or if I ever lose my cell phone in the dark, I'll call upon your fiery glow once more. I won't just use a flashlight. Or a lantern, which apparently we're still using this fucking dumbass universe. Starting to see why Stan Lee didn't cameo in this stupid piece of shit.
So Cage suits up to... How'd Brendan Fraser and the Mummy put it again?
Rescue the damsel in distress, kill the bad guy, and save the world.
Yeah, that. As he hands over the contract but finds he can't become the writer when the sun comes up. So the badass in the cool coat fights the whiny rebellious goth kid half his age as little demons fly into his body, making him the most powerful entity in the world. Oh, I'm sorry, I was reciting the climax to Blade. How silly of me. Here's the climax to Ghost Rider. The badass in the cool coat fights the whiny rebellious goth kid half his age as little demons fly into his body, making him the most powerful entity in the world. God, silly me confusing the two.
My name is Legion, for we are many.
And seeing how we are many, we all took a vote to see if we should talk normally or stretch out our mouths. Like Darkheart! Okay, I need one of these. So Cage tries to shoot him because, yeah, the most powerful thing in the world I'm sure can be stopped by a shotgun, which actually he kind of can. Weird. But he manages to get him in the shadows where his powers can still work.
1,000 souls to burn.
Oh yeah, probably should have thought about that whole becoming 1,000 souls in front of the guy who can kill 1,000 souls. Whoops. So Cage axes him off as the devil is pleased and offers him a chance to go back to normal.
You get your life back. The love you've always wanted. You can start a family of your own. Let someone else carry this curse. You're free now.
Must think of bullshit reason for sequel. Must find way to ditch girlfriend again.
No, I'm gonna own this curse. Whenever innocent blood is spilt, it'll be my father's blood. And you'll find me there. A spirit of vengeance. I will make you pay for this.
I mean, you didn't put any emotion in that scene. I'm starting to wonder if we got the real Nicolas Cage. This, of course, means abandoning his woman again. Only this time the reasons are even kind of stupider.
This is what you always were meant to be. Got your second chance.
Don't worry, we'll meet under more embarrassing circumstances in Bad Lieutenant Port of Call, New Orleans. And Cage rides off into the desert in the most cartoonishly weird way possible, which is very fitting seeing how the rest of this movie was pretty much like one big cartoon.
Ghost Rider, and when there was actual Ghost Rider in it, it was kind of cool. Maybe I'm just a sucker for the visual, but every time that skull is on screen, the movie seems like pretty badass fun. But in a surprising move, Cage really kind of underplays it, which at times can work to offset some of the strangeness.
Okay, that was weird.
But most of the time, it's just boring. Maybe he was hoping the contrast of the visual to his monotone delivery would even it out, but if the movie wanted to be more fun, he should have played it like Castor Troy or one of his other over-the-top roles. And this is just sort of underwhelming. The rest of the movie is all phoned in comic book tricks. And not the fun, inventive ones, more the ones you've seen a million times but the filmmakers think you're seeing for the first time for some reason. It's stupid, silly, cliched, which is usually fine for a Cage film, but in this case, it was just boring. And it takes a lot of skill to make a character as cool looking as this boring. So yeah, Mr. Director, go back to scaring us with your creepy ass snowman because this stinker sure ain't keeping anyone awake. Thanks for joining me for Nicolas Cage Month. I hope you enjoyed it, and, well, there's only one person fit enough to exit us out. The big man himself, Sam Elliott. I couldn't have said it better myself. I'm the Nostalgia Critic, and a new year of madness is on the way! I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember? Because you won't fucking shut up! I mean, my God! Ever since I reviewed the first Ghost Rider movie, all you guys have been saying is, review Ghost Rider 2, review Ghost Rider 2, it's so much worse than the first one. Well, fine, you barking dogs of entitlement! Here's the goddamn DVD, here's the goddamn remote, let's goddamn watch it! By God, a British person!
Hello, critic.
Mike J? From Shameful Sequels? On thatguywiththeglasses.com? Born in 1984, Mike J enjoyed a simple childhood.
Enough of that. Critic, I found a way to record myself onto every Ghost Rider 2 DVD in the world.
Really?
Yeah, it was actually quite easy.
Huh.
I've done it because no reviewer, not even the Nostalgia Critic who has re-reviewed about 10 films I reviewed, but we'll just ignore that altogether because I can let things go like that, should have to sit through this flaming skull of dog shit alone.
Wait, how do you know everything I'm going to say?
Because this movie's actually so repetitive and predictable, it's actually given me the ability to predict everything in the world, which is mediocre.
Wait a minute, that means you think I'm mediocre!
Yeah, but you get the views.
Oh yeah? Well, if you think you can predict everything that's mediocre, predict how many fingers I'm about to hold up.
1.
Again.
1.
Again.
2.
Again!
An unopened Game Boy, a roll of Hello Kitty duct tape and an Optimus Prime doll.
God damn it!
Trust me, critic, you need help on this one. Whereas the first film was underwhelming and silly, this one is painful and obnoxious. For every problem they tried to fix from the last movie, 2 more just as ridiculous take its place. It's ludicrous, it makes no sense, and it's a pain in the ass to sit through. Nobody, not even you re-reviewing prick, should review it on their own.
You know, the only other issue I have is that you're a Brit wanting to do a crossover. That might anger another Brit wanting to do a crossover.
What, Film Brain? Don't worry about him, he's gonna be out of commission for a while.
They're laboratory mice. Jeez, I've been spliced. They're gonna get the brain.
So, critic, are you ready once again to see the hideous lengths Nicolas Cage is willing to go to for a paycheck?
Isn't that the call of every Nicolas Cage movie?
This is Ghost Rider, Spirit of Vengeance.
And I hate it already. 1 second in, gotta be a new record. That fucking fast speed editing. Do you really think your audience is so ADD that even the film logo is too slow for them to watch? Why don't you just speed up the whole fucking movie, like?
I was Ghost Rider, bye!
Actually, that would have been better.
Yeah, they probably should have done that. But nope, we get our drawn-out movie starting in the leftover castle from Blood Rain, where a biker, played by Idris Elba, rides in.
You found the boy?
Oh my god, it's Heimdall from Thor!
No, it's not. It's just the same actor.
No, all the Marvel movies must be connected! He came through the Rainbow Bridge to have Ghost Rider join the Avengers. This created a time paradox where the Human Torch became Captain America, Bruce Banner would get plastic surgery twice, and Howard the Duck would exist in a universe where he can actually be funny. What doesn't make sense about that?
Why Stan Lee was in Princess Diaries 2?
Damn that movie. Always fucking up the Marvel canon.
We see the writer, named Moreau, enter a monastery full of what I'm now considering the cinematic kiss of death, cyber monks. Because they went over so well in 2 Dennis Rodman movies, clearly they've proven to pass the test of time.
In a few days, the winter solstice will be past, and with it the hour of the prophecy.
The Ministry is led, oddly enough, by Rupert from Buffy, but bad guys break in and try to tear the place apart. Good lord, was this whole scene shot by a bobblehead doll?
Yeah, the camera person must have gotten off a tilt-a-whirl before shooting this scene.
Where's a cop? Where's our camera?
Where are they?
No, Stecco. Benedict.
Shut up!
So, was it worth adding that extra zero in your checkbook to get Anthony Head for that role?
To his credit, he did look eager not to be shot in this film.
A mother and her boy escape with the bad guys chasing them, but luckily Moreau has a bullshit way to get rid of them.
Thank God this part slowed down so I can shoot the car easier.
We get our opening credits as Cage narrates the backstory, figuring you've probably fell asleep during the first one and don't remember it.
I'm the guy who made the deal with the devil. Now, I know what you're thinking. Doesn't this kid watch movies? Does this ever work out fine? Let's just say good judgment was not exactly my forte.
I mean, have you seen my IMDb page? It's a train wreck.
We then see Cage meet up with Moreau, who seems to be alive and uninjured.
How the bloody shit is that possible?
If not for the intervention of God.
Okay, the tree saving him is dumb enough, but why the hell did they play the French national anthem?
Maybe it was a French tree?
Oh, bonjour, black man! I take it you are doing the tour flats! Ho ho ho!
Moreau wants him to find the boy who escaped earlier and protect him, but Cage has reservations going after a child since the last time he tried to do that.
We are prepared to give to you the one thing you want most of this world. Bring us the boy, and we will lift your curse.
Bring us the girl with the debt! Oh, I knew you were gonna say that!
Yeah, geeky minds think alike and all that. What's it from?
So Cage agrees to the deal as the boy's mother, named Nadia, tries to schmooze over horny McPerv here.
I noticed you were, looking at me, yes?
Was I?
Are you Roma, Gypsy? I have a lot of money.
Yeah. Hey, Mommy.
I am...
This has been another episode of Cock Blocker. Join us next time with a woman who can't stop talking about her genital warts.
Yeah.
Well, at least they're not enforcing the stereotype that all gypsies are thieves.
What the hell?
Oh, this is just all part of that hit and run editing.
That what?
Hit and run editing. Where the director is so afraid to lose your attention even for a second that he'll speed up and slow down the film under the pretense that it's somehow artsy.
Oh my god, it's everywhere! Even in scenes where nothing's going on!
Especially in scenes where nothing's going on. It's like the editor thinks that he's some sort of rock star and the fast forward button is his amazing instrument.
Behold, I am Cut Storm, and I will rock you with my extreme editing. Look at that. How did I do that? It's because I'm amazing. Now we're going to this shot. Or maybe we're going to this shot. Maybe we're in 3 different shots at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whooshity, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. How am I doing all of this? You will never know. It is the magic of Cut Storm. Tune in next time as I improve The Great Gatsby and submit Baz Luhrmann as not an annoying asshat. Cut Storm.
But the bad guys catch up with them and hold them at gunpoint. But Cage arrives in time as the writer to put a stop to it.
It's the Mr. Skullhead Show, starring him, Mr. Skullhead.
Did Ghost Rider get into the ghost hash before setting out on this mission?
Oh, the wind is like the music, man. I think my head is made out of reefer. Hey, buddy! I can do this really weird thing too. I'm Ghost Rider!
Ghost Rider seems a little slower and easily distracted this time around. Is he trying to remember what he does?
Let's see, I'm supposed to be something. Oh yeah, scary. I'm really scared! Whoa, thought I heard a contract for Left Behind too. Alright, I'm scary again!
Get some. Really? That's your intimidating badass line? I've heard tougher things said on the X-Men cartoon.
Of course. Not.
Cage wakes up in the hospital later because, though easily surviving jumping off buildings, getting hit by trucks, and being blown up several times later, that little explosion apparently needed medical attention.
Very weird, mister.
He finds the mother and they agree to partner up to find the boy. The boy's apparently been kidnapped by henchmen of the devil, played this time by Kieran Hines.
Carrigan. I just love how that's the devil's ringtone. I mean, the fucking devil, the ruler of all darkness, the destroyer of everything good. His goddamn ringtone is... that. Why don't you just have fucking SpongeBob SquarePants while you're at it?
Carrigan. Well, it does kind of make sense, seeing as this whole scene is shot like somebody's slide screen.
We had an agreement, Carrigan.
You told me to get a kid. Weird things, bad things.
Think of the child as a sort of computer.
I feel like I'm watching a backwards episode of 24.
What's not to understand? I want more.
There's just a couple other people that made a mistake.
Put the boy on the phone.
Seeing how Ghost Rider can find anybody, the devil speaks some words into the boy's ear that summons something like a firewall. No, really, that's actually how they put it.
I just uploaded a little program. A firewall. Our friend on the motorcycle won't be able to sense him now. Of course, he still may be able to find you, so I suggest you keep moving.
So, what was the point of the firewall?
Something in Martina, ding dang dong, ding dang dong.
What was that?
I don't know. I just cut to it when I have no answers.
So while looking for the boy, Cage finds out that the mother is, again, to quote how the film puts it,
You're the devil's baby, Mama.
Does that explain why this whole scene is shot with zoom-ins, even though there is nothing going on?
Tried to kill you and blew me up. You two were like boyfriend, girlfriend?
Is it symbolic, entertaining those who have the attention spans of babies? Look, audience. Movement. It's okay. You don't have to be afraid. Look at the shiny.
Cage also goes into detail about why the devil may want to take human form.
Why does the devil walk on Earth in human form anyway? I have no idea. Passes on from body to body, down through history, waiting for the perfect fit.
Oh, come on, movie. Out of all the funny people you could have put in there, that's the one you went with?
Maybe it was to help the devil baby mama line seem more credible.
So he finds them, or makes them, using his greatest power. The power of...
ripping off Pink Floyd album covers?
The deal.
Oh. Because you ripped off a Pink Floyd album cover. It's a touch distracting.
It's kind of like having your deal picture look like this. It might ring a few bells.
The mother finds someone who might know where the boy is being taken. And get ready, people. This is Nicolas Cage at his absolute cagiest.
Hey, I got what you need for those shakes, my friend.
Kerrigan must have told you about that thing that killed his men last night, huh? Yeah?
That thing is inside of me. See, you're a bad man. And this thing, the writer, he feeds on bad men and he's hungry. He's hungrier than he's been in years, and that's why I'm shaking.
Mr. Cage, none of this is in the script. You're supposed to just ask where the kid is and leave. We don't know what you're doing right now, but for the love of God, please don't hurt anybody.
The only thing standing between you and the writer is me. You're scraping at the door! Scraping at the door!
I'm sorry, I was doing my impression of Bobcat Goldthwait getting castrated again.
When he's done with you, there won't be anything left, do you understand?
There's nothing left now. I'm invisible compared to your acting.
Why would he just take it so good?
Glory! For Lord God's poor man is putting together a goddamn army.
After getting the location, Cage rides off into the night for some all too important mugging into the camera.
Okay, if this scene doesn't convince people that Cage literally wants to take these surgical procedures to become a cartoon character, I don't think anything will.
No kidding, every single one of those faces could have their own cartoon show.
Right? Let's see here, it's Pumpkin Chipmunk, the most adorable jack-o'-lantern to ever nibble your nuts.
Cuckoo Crazy, a cereal mascot who gets kooky if he doesn't get his Sugar Grahams.
Satani the Clown, teaching how to make upside-down crosses with construction paper.
Extra Steve, he's not on anything, he's just quirky, honest, that's what he tells his mum.
Pervy Eyes, say, is that 5-year-old single?
Skeletor, forcing half-naked men to be more open with their sexuality.
And of course, Double Boner! I'm snuggly and soft! My mom never loved me.
He sneezes evil through his nostrils like squirting milk from your nose, allowing him to transform and find the boy. Before turning into a Decepticon, apparently.
What is it? I don't care.
I'm just here to be the Deacon Frost villain that's in every David S. Goyer script.
But the grenades, unlike last time, don't seem to hurt him. They just seem to do this to him.
You spin me right round, baby, right round like a lazy edited scene that makes no sense.
Hey, I can see a number of my former houses from up here.
This leads to, and I'm not gonna lie here, a pretty sweet scene where he transforms a crane into a giant flaming chainsaw. My God, I can feel my testicles getting bigger just by watching this.
No, Critic, we must balance out such mindless violence.
Right.
Right. So, after using Satan's weed whacker, Cage gets the boy to safety and starts to form a father-son bond with him. It's funny because the movie not only doesn't hide how bad they are at doing this, but they purposely draw attention to it.
It was a bee. Thought it was gonna sting your face.
No, I had a bee sting my face once, and now I look like a bloated John Voight.
How'd that happen?
Well...
It's funny because it's a jug and you don't usually drink from jugs, you drink from cups. Is that the joke there? I don't, is this a new level of humour? They have taken comedy and they have just taken it to a level we just cannot comprehend. He drunk from a jug. Ha.
So the devil looks over what's left of his henchmen and brings him back to life as a burnt Matrix villain.
I'm giving you power. The power of decay.
That's right. Everything he touches literally decays.
No, wait, if everything he touches decays, then why don't his clothes decay? Why doesn't the truck he's driving decay? Why doesn't every step of ground he's on decay? Has the devil given any consideration for this guy and how he's going to live the rest of his life?
So, this is my pad, baby.
I'm so glad we met in that Hot Topic.
Yeah, it seems to be the only place people talk to me looking like this.
What do you say we take off all of our clothes and compare who's whiter?
I think that's a good idea, baby. Damn it! Happens every time! Well, guess I can shake the pistol solo. So seeing how Ghost Rider is the devil's fallen minion and the boy is literally the spawn of all evil, obviously they're gonna have a lot of interesting things to discuss and figure out.
Hey, what if you have to pee while you're on fire?
Or just ask stupid fanboy questions.
What does your sperm look like when you're on fire?
Does it ever burn when you splooge on fire?
Have you ever prematurely ejaculated when on fire?
I swear that never happens, you know. I usually stay in human form, but you know, every once in a while you just touch me a certain way, it's like, and you know, that happens. So, bottom line is a phone over there you want to call 911 or whatever. I'm just gonna start scraping at the door.
They go to another temple of monks, this time with much less computers because, as you can see, they wear their computers on their faces.
You mustn't be afraid. It was God that led you here.
A bunch of assholes wrote on my face when I was drunk. This is what I get for challenging people to Mortal Kombat with a K.
Cage tells the boy that he's going to stop being the rider, which pisses the boy off because, I don't know, they dicked around on a bike and made pee jokes.
It'll be all right. I promise.
Whatever.
Moro then shows Cage the way to exorcise the spirit out of his soul.
The body of Christ.
God tastes old, bitter, and stale.
Spoken like a true Catholic.
Whoa, God is awesome! I am totally wigging out on the blood of Christ right now. This is scraping at the door action, man! Woo!
Merry Christmas, you asshole!
He wakes up on Tatooine to discover that the monks have plans to kill the boy because apparently that's a Christian thing to do.
That boy is one of God's children! No! He's not.
Don't make me play crossword with your face!
But everything goes kaleidoscope vision as Sabrepuss comes to wipe them all out.
By God, he pig-two'd him to death! He literally mowed him down!
Bet you're happy to see me.
Our heroes escape their confinement, wherever it was, and they try to make their way to save the boy, who's going to be put through the exact same plot as Ghostbusters 2, apparently.
This body I'm living in, it's dying. It was never made to do the things that I can do. But you're only part human.
You know, why does the devil always need a human body? Wouldn't he be more powerful without it? It just seems like it would slow him down.
He's the all-powerful Lord of Evil, and yet he admits it's a pain in the ass to stay human, so why do it?
For that matter, why did he let the boy out of his sight for so many years? He's the devil, he knows where everything is, he wouldn't lose him. Wouldn't it make more sense to hold on to him and raise him as evil so something stupid like this wouldn't happen?
Actually, a little time away from your kids is not always a bad idea. I sent my little Eveline on a trip to Texas not too long ago. How are you doing down there, sweetie?
Great, Daddy! I've just discovered how to cause the pain and suffering of others simply by using my mind. Listen.
And that's why this is the absolute worst! Oh God, not again!
Did you hear that?
I sure did. Papa's very proud of you.
My face! Oh my God, my face!
They grow up so fast.
So the devil calls a whole bunch of his wealthy followers, who all arrive in black cars, of course.
Well, of course. How else would we know they're evil?
Well, maybe by the black robes they're all wearing while chanting vague Latin.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I would assume Satan, the Lord of Darkness, would have a few more followers than that. I mean, really? Smash Mouth has a better turnout than the unholy demon of life?
Hey, give him some credit. He's been growling and gasping all of his lines. I doubt they could even understand it was him to begin with. Is there anyone in this movie who doesn't look like they're getting high at some point?
Hey, at least they got a good beat going there. Maybe we can mix in some scraping at the door audio from earlier.
Scraping at the door. Scraping at the door. Scraping at the door. Scraping at the door. He just take it.
But Moreau, of course, being the black guy, has to sacrifice himself, meaning the boy's the only one left who can do anything.
Wait, am I you or you me? Am I half you or you half me? If you're half anything and this isn't completely done yet, why am I letting you walk up to this guy? It just seems like an ample chance to do that.
The boy gives Ghost Rider his powers back and takes all the evil souls to hell. But to be fair, those people's only crime was chanting, ah.
This, of course, leads to an exciting chase where the devil has to drive a car. Oh, for God's sakes. Why is the devil driving a fucking car? He's the devil! He shouldn't be restricted to driving a fucking car! Why do I keep seeing him do stupid human things? He's not a henchman from an early 90s comedy. He's the fucking devil!
Wait a minute, in the first one he lost his powers during the daylight, so why is he able to use them now?
Something in Martina, something
Okay.
in Martina, ding dang dong.
Okay, don't know what I did there, but I'll take credit for it.
I was never afraid of you.
Why would that make him angry? Does he have a part-time job as a haunted house ghost or something?
If so, I think Nicolas Cage's regular face would be scary enough.
Well, I'm sure I've broken every bone in that little boy's body. This calls for another jug of water. Hey, I want a Kieran Hines kite.
So he sends Pussy Devil back to hell, gives his weird Three Amigos salute, and tells the boy that he's okay.
Moreau said the rider was an angel that went crazy.
Is there ever a moment for Nicolas Cage not to laugh?
I don't know.
Did we win?
I'm gonna say yes. Hell yes.
Gripping at the door.
So that was Ghost Rider, Spirit of Justice. Is it okay if I borrow a certain British phrase?
Please do.
Fucking bollocks! Some things are improvements from the last one, like Ghost Rider looks a little cooler, there's some good action, and Cage at least has some of his traditional freakouts. But it still makes no sense, is annoyingly shot, and all the characters are even more boring cutouts than in the last film.
There's not enough screen time with Ghost Rider, and even when he is there, he just sways, stares, or screams. And what fun is that? The editing is a constant pain in the arse. Most of the jokes fall flat, and it's just all around awful.
No debate here. Well, thanks so much, DVD recording of Mike J?
Anytime. Always happy to predict your mediocrity.
British twat.
Oh, by the way, look out for the Ghost Pony Rider cameo.
What Ghost Pony Rider? I knew he'd get in there somehow. I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember it, so you don't have to.
All right, let's watch some Ghost Rider 2.
Hello, Critic. Enough of that. Critic, I found a way to record myself onto every Ghost Rider 2 DVD in the world. Yeah, it was actually quite easy.
Is that Cage?
I think so.
Huh.
Was he always British?
Yeah, not a lot of people know that. Well, if he doesn't blow up something soon, I'm just gonna start reading my Jane Austen.
Nobody, not even you re-reviewing prick.
Praise me, I'm crazy. Oh God, oh my God, not the page! Nicolas Cage, I am the Nicolas Cage. Hot damn, you've just been upstaged. I laugh and I rage and I break every gauge. Nick Cage, I'm on a rampage. Nick Cage, range Cage, so scream hallelujah, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Nick Cage, it's my golden age. Ridiculous Nicolas Cage, you're sage, a sorcerer, mage, engage. My name is... Wait for it. Nicolas Cage.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember it, so you don't have to. Why do I keep falling for Nicolas Cage movies? There used to be a time where when he was good, he was amazing, and when he was bad, he was still amazing. He was one of the most entertaining people to watch. But then he got into making so many of them that the Cage magic was spread too thin.
Like butter scraped over too much bread.
It wasn't as much fun anymore. Nevertheless, I still looked forward to them. Why? Because I'm a friggin' dumbass. No joke, if anyone ever involves a celebrity in something I like, I always fall for it. Hello?
Hello, it's Nicolas Cage.
The Nicolas Cage? I will no way question this.
Naturally, I want you to join me and Tony Goldmark in the other room. We'll dress like bears and sing DuckTales in Egypt.
You got it!
Oh, by the way, this call is collect, because I just collected your dumbass!
God damn it, Tony, no wonder they call you some jerk with a camera.
And I got it all on camera.
Well, great, you exploited my very specific foible.
And it was amazing. Ha!
So you flew all the way out here just for that, huh?
Yeah, in hindsight, it didn't really justify the cost.
I mean, plane tickets, gas, hotel. Do you have a hotel?
I slept on the roof.
Good God, man.
Mind if I stay here until I crowdfund my way home?
Yeah, sure.
God bless you. Ooh, The Sorcerer's Apprentice. You know, Critic, in the course of reviewing Disney rides, I also sometimes review their movies and other projects. Good.
Thus, in 2010, Nicolas Cage gave us another dull zaster with The Sorcerer's Apprentice. All right, get over here.
Whee! Sorcerer's Apprentice. In 1940, Walt Disney released perhaps his most audacious experiment in a career of audacious experiments. Fantasia, heralded by some as Walt's masterpiece, combined classical music with classic Disney animation in ways no one had seen before, and its most famous sequence is The Sorcerer's Apprentice starring Mickey Mouse.
A simple story about Jander who almost destroys the world, it featured the mouse who started it all in his red robe and blue hat magically controlling the cosmos, becoming one of the most iconic images in Disney's illustrious history.
Then 7 decades later, this presumably happened.
Disney, I want to play a wizard.
Well, we can certainly do that. Yes, we have a live-action version of Sword in the Stone.
No.
Black Cauldron.
No.
Wizards of Waverly Place?
No.
A Wicked-style Jafar movie.
No.
An all-male Hocus Pocus reboot.
I want to play Mickey Mouse.
What?
Mouse.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Just run it by my agent. He says yes to everything.
We noticed.
Thanks, guys. This is gonna be awesome!
Oh man, I cannot wait to see where this one leads.
Thus we got a movie that has little to nothing to do with The Sorcerer's Apprentice called The Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Directed by John Turteltaub.
You mean the same guy who directed?
Oh yes, 3 Ninjas.
Thor!
The film was trying to cash in on hugely successful cinematic updates of Disney properties at the time, like Pirates of the Caribbean and Pirates of the Caribbean. But where that movie at least had some connection to the original source material, this...
It had a dancing broom for a minute.
Authentic!
Let's take a look at why the magic is gone with Sorcerer's Apprentice.
It opens with a prologue so complicated you'd swear they were trying to squeeze in 5 other movies into this movie.
The fate of mankind rested with the just and powerful Merlin. He taught his secrets to 3 trusted apprentices, Balthazar, Veronica, and Horvath.
This is Ian McShane, by the way. I figured I'd introduce myself because I have no idea what character I'm supposed to be in this. Nevertheless, I'll still leave a bigger impact than Pirates 4.
Morgana Le Fay, Merlin's most deadly enemy.
Well, that and Transformers 5.
We are but servants.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume that's a different spelling. But the way this movie goes, it wouldn't surprise me.
Merlin, Horvath, you betray me?
Yeah. Nice read there, Spirit Halloween Store Beard. This is why the Borg Queen is assimilating you.
This movie's in such a hurry they dissolve from one shot to the exact same shot. Man, I hate it when movies do this. This was clearly a full scene at one point, but it didn't work, so they cut it down in editing and tried to make it faster, and that's why we should all go to Mitt Romney's house dressed as hamsters and convince him he's a hamster too when his entire human life has been a dream.
Wow, you really went off on a tangent there.
Yeah, I'll fix it in post.
Veronica sacrificed herself for Balthazar by drawing Morgana's soul into her own body. Balthazar trapped them both in the Grimhold, an inescapable prison
that you can buy at your grandma's antique store. So Balthazar, played by Cage, searches the world for Merlin's successor, the Prime Merlinian that will one day defeat the trapped Morgana.
But he'll in no way use his powers to stop the atrocities of history.
For mankind will never be safe until Morgana is destroyed.
Maybe he can use those powers to stop 2 world wars if you have the time!
Slavery, genocide, those'll sort themselves out. He's gotta keep the world safe. Flash forward to our young protagonist being awoken by his corporate masters, heading to school in the year 2000!
This is David, a boy who's so new to dating that he asks a girl out the same way a girl would ask a girl out. Yeah, where's the box where I would like to be David's restraining order? But the note blows away and David chases after it.
No! No, lady, don't!
I guess I could just ask her, since she clearly already knows I wrote it, but I need the receipt for my taxes.
But he comes across Merlin's magical shop of gremlins reading the never-ending story as he looks at all the mysterious wonders. Like, look, a decapitated little girl's head. Na 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 na.
He literally bumps into Cage, who, as you would expect, is a little quirky.
I have something I'd like to show you, Dave.
How did you know my name was Dave?
Because I can read minds.
Okay, movie. Nicolas Cage is one of those people you do not need to overscore.
Yeah, he's already his own strange music. A magic ring clings to his hand, meaning he's the chosen one.
No way.
Because God knows why your actions should make you special, he's just chosen!
But an evil villain is released as well.
No way.
Is that all this twerp says?
No way. No way. No way.
This kid really knows his vocabulary from A to A.
It's not very sporting of you, Balthazar.
Where's that doll?
Oh, apologies, I guess I could've just looked down.
Question 2, how'd it get burned? How'd it get burned? The evil Horvath, played by Alfred Molina, manages to fight Cage back.
I'll have that doll.
Ta-da-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, I am Nicolas Cage, Sparrow.
Molina throws fire at him, only to find out fire doesn't hurt him. So why did he throw fire at him?
They both get sucked into the magic urn, and David leaves the store and, coincidentally, comes across his field trip.
Ew, he peed his pants! A jar broke! This is just water!
Oh my god, that kid's laugh is terrifying! She eating somebody's soul while laughing that hard?
Hey, you leave her alone. She's a good friend of mine.
Really?
Yeah, she grew up into a lovely woman. Look.
Was she just standing there in silence until you addressed her?
It's best not to question her.
She's freaking me out. How did she?
I told you it's best not to question her. Let's just continue the review.
Cut to 10 years later, where David has grown up into man-seeking plot, Jay Baruchel.
A shame his voice didn't grow up with him, as it constantly sounds like two geese fighting over rye bread.
Time.
What? Why? Is everything okay?
He lives with the unsuccessful prototype of Ned in Spider-Man Homecoming and comes across an old familiar face.
I'm sorry. Is Becky? Becky Barnes.
Bucky Barnes?
Hang on, I've always wanted to do this. Longing, Rusted, 17, Dave... Hey.
We were in 4th grade together?
Yeah. In a bizarre twist, this is actually the scary girl that was laughing at him all those years ago.
Oh, great, you got her going again.
What do we do?
Just let her laugh herself out.
Can we put a blanket on her or something?
Go ahead.
You do it. No. He helps her fix the college radio station she works at, while Cage and Molina have a vase off.
Cheerio, Balthazar!
You'll take me to a lawyer to stop a Dresden Files lawsuit.
Molina finds David and tries to force him to give him the Russian doll known as the Grimhold.
I'll cut the truth out of you.
And at that very moment, the word NERP was created.
He finally figures out the sorcery of opening a door, and Molina sends wolves after him, though honestly there's about 1 billion ways he could have just kept him in that room, but it's cool, Cage turns them into puppies!
Puppies?
If he could turn the wolves into puppies, how come he couldn't turn Molina into a baby?
Because then he'd have to raise them with Holly Hunter, and the Coens already have enough repeating.
Cage flies in, though, on a pretty badass metal eagle.
Oh, hey.
Where's the doll, Dave?
That's exactly what I want Nicolas Cage riding a badass metal eagle to say.
They escape, and Dave tries to take in the situation.
I've been stuck in an urn for the last 10 years.
So have I. A figurative urn of ridicule.
That line of dialogue guest directed by Judd Apatow.
It shows. Hey, here's a fun game. Try to spot the moment where Nicolas Cage actually seems invested in what he's saying.
It is a prison for the most dangerous Morganians in history. Horvath wants to free his fellow Morganians and destroy the world. You have a very special gift.
Trick question! There are no moments when he's invested in this! It's so weird. He just looks and sounds so bored. The whole movie is stunningly devoid of Nicolas Cage freakouts or any energy to speak of. You know how he likes to alternate between screaming and soft muttering? Here it's just soft muttering for the whole movie. It's Nicolas Cage as a sorcerer! How is this dull?
Until we found the sorcerer who would inherit his power. Focuses your energy, helps you master new spells. You have to become the Prime Meridian. You're going to set me free.
Hi, I'm Nicolas Cage. I know, advancing in age. I'm slower and duller and lacking the rage. Nick Cage, not really engaged. Nick Cage, got paid my wage. I like eating bread, paying taxes, and taking these pills. Nick Cage, these pills are so great. They send all the goblins away. Nick Cage, this song doesn't rhyme. Nick Cage, I sleep now. Oh.
You see, this is what I'm talking about. There's no more Nicolas Cage freakout movies anymore. I always think it's gonna be one, and it never is. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna be that gullible again. Hello?
Hello, this is Sergeant Slaughter.
Yo, Joe!
I was wondering if you want to team up with me and Devil Boner in the other room to travel to Africa and wrestle lions until their heads explode.
You got it! I'll be right there! God damn it, you guys!
Hey, jerk with a camera!
Hey, Devil Boner, you play one on him too?
It's so easy!
I know, right? He is so stupid!
Hey.
So Cage gives Dave a crash course in the science of magic. Actually, they do that surprisingly a lot in this movie.
Everything we see is in a constant state of vibration, thus the illusion of solidity. Sorcerers can manipulate matter because they're born with the capability to use the entire power of their brain. We will the vibrations to go faster.
Is sorcery science or magic?
Yes and yes.
No and no. When you try to shoehorn science into magic, all you do is make it less fun for the fantasy lovers and even more infuriating for the science nerds.
We don't need to know the science of the flux capacitor. We don't need the engineering manual for the ring of power. Do you want midichlorians? Because this is how you get midichlorians. They go to Chinatown to see if they have any of that Mulan Szechuan dipping sauce. Bad news, they don't.
Oh.
So they decide to look for the doll, which they trace back to an acupuncturist. This leads to a lot of comedic antics.
Hi.
All right, that's all he could come up with. Let's see how Cage is doing.
Do you have an appointment?
Taufa Holang.
Okay, his piss poor Cantonese is all the comedy we need.
Taufa Holang.
But Goro's less impressive two-armed brother tries to attack. Oh my god, I have no idea how to train these.
Be still.
Not the beads! Not the beads!
Jesus, Susan Sarandon's dragon from Enchanted looked more real.
This is it.
Use the Schwartz.
The dragon is defeated just as the cops show up on the scene.
Hey, what do you got?
We had reports of a Nicolas Cage movie on the loose.
Bottle Rocket meets Paper Dragon in this Asian festival. And between you and me, Cap, I think some of these folks were hitting the Saki pretty hard.
Glad to know his New York is as good as his Cantonese.
Does he think New York is Boston? Cage takes Nerpface to a safe place to train him as he opens up the book to open up the book.
The art and science and history of sorcery, including our recent history as well.
Okay, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, give him a point.
This is the Merlin Circle. Once you enter, there is no going back.
So I should probably pee first? I can hold it.
You know, the first time I did a Bruckheimer production, I was teamed up with Sean Connery. What life choices brought me here?
You know, a lot of people have been asking me recently, are you Walter White? And I say yes. So they ask Walter, and I say Mr. Cranston, they say sorry. How do you get your head so smooth? Well, that's the Dollar Shave Club. I use the DSC Executive Razor, and it's one of the smoothest I've ever used. And as someone who had a lot of hair to get rid of, yeah, fair amount, I mean, between Kelsey Grammer and Patrick Stewart, I can tell you it really works. For a limited time, new members get their first month of the Executive Razor with a tube of Dr. Carver's shave butter, because why would you live in a home without something called shave butter? For only $5 with free shipping. That's a $15 value for only $5. And after that, the razor's only a few bucks a month. This offer is exclusively at dollarshaveclub.com/awesome. We all gotta shave, and you might as well do it at a great price while also having it delivered to your door. So skip going to the store and have the razors delivered to you monthly. Get your special deal at dollarshaveclub.com/awesome. I'm Walter White. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm Brian Cranston. Saying check out the Dollar Shave Club today.
From the studio that brought you The Sorcerer's Apprentice comes the next big step in world building.
Balthazar, I heard it down here. I don't know what to do.
Stay here, you incredible pussy. I'll go check it out.
You think you're the only sorcerer in the world. Balthazar, you've become part of a much bigger symphony.
Who the hell are you?
Stokowski, conductor of the orchestra.
Leopold. Leopold!
I'm here to tell you about the Fantasia Initiative. The Fantasia Cinematic Universe. Start Phase 1 in 2018 with Night on Bald Mountain with Jared Leto as Chernabog.
Fire, tits, skeletons, demons, skeleton demons with their tits on fire! I'm the devil!
Mr. Leto, you're wanted on set.
I'm on set in my mind.
Whatever stops you from mailing me sex toys.
And in 2019, Dance of the Hours with Scarlett Johansson as the Ostrich.
I was a dancer, trained at the Red Room. At graduation, they sterilized me. I can never lay another egg again. Those hippos will pay.
Coming year 2020, Jack Black is Bacchus in the Pastoral Symphony.
Gonna bacchanal till the break of dawn, y'all!
In 2021, Selena Gomez is the Sugar Plum Fairy in Nutcracker.
Oh my god, guys, I am a fairy. Wow!
In 2022, Daniel Day-Lewis returns to the silver screen as a dinosaur in Rite of Spring.
Hey, you can't prove who's under here.
And finally, in 2023, Bryan Cranston in Breaking Bach.
I want abstract imagery, not too vague, not too specific, spread out as far as the eye can see.
No way, I mean, what, you crazy?
You're goddamn right.
They all join forces in the Fantasiers. Never has there been such a misguided franchise with so many celebrities attached. Okay, there's been several, but this one's especially embarrassing.
Hi, I'm Bette Midler. Let me treat you like a dumbass by calling Salvador Dali the melting watch guy.
You're too early. That's for Phase 2. The Fantasia Cinematic Universe. Right after we finish the Marvel, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Muppets, Pirates, and Disney Nature cinematic universes. And also our new animated films. And Pixar's. And like 50 live-action remakes. But once we finish our live-action Home on the Range, we promise we'll get around to it.
You're lying, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So Melina gets the help of another magician called Drake Stone, an obvious David Blaine ripoff who apparently uses his real magic to entertain people.
Fun fact, this was actually the same actor who played Dr. Doom in Fanforstic.
My master disappeared when I was 15, vanished. Left me with nothing but an incantus and some prescription-grade abandonment issues.
I'm still taking him more seriously here.
Me too.
Cage continues to train David when...
Hi, we should go.
Who's that?
The girl from earlier. The Winter Soldier?
Oh, right. That was this movie?
That was this movie.
I completely forgot.
Yeah, we all did. 25 minutes off screen, we're reintroduced to Bucky Barnes.
Just call her Winter Soldier. It's the only way I'll remember her.
Sounds good. And we're supposed to just pick up where their non-existent chemistry left off.
I think you'd better step into my cage.
It might be a little crowded inside him, but there's always room for one more voice in his head.
He shows how the electric coils, when positioned right, can actually make musical sounds.
The coils are firing at such a high frequency that the sparks literally create sound waves as they fly through the air, which is...
nerdy.
Oh, I'm sappy.
You know, he really is the poor man's Andrew Garfield.
Andrew Heathcliff.
Ooh, very good.
The next day, when he's going to the bathroom, he's accosted by Russell Offbrand.
Prime Merlinian, eh? You don't look like much.
Oh, I'm sorry, miss. This is the men's room. But Cage comes to save him from both Melina and Borat Zoolander. To be fair, he does use probably the film's best sound effect. Oh, why does that insanity work and none of the other madness does?
Don't worry, it's followed by a stupid line.
What are you doing here, Dave?
Working on my master's thesis. What do you think I'm doing in the bathroom?
Well, that exposition in the opening was so much fun. Let's literally have it told to us again. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Everything that was said to us in the intro is repeated back to us pretty much for no reason. Watch.
Morgana. She was making preparations for something that would enable her to enslave mankind. Merlin had 3 apprentices. I was one of them.
You told me this. I heard all of this.
Who would inherit his power.
In all fairness, did you even listen in the beginning?
No, because I'm sick of listening in general. I'm tired of people and movies taking advantage of me. Hello? This is world-renowned director Stanley Kubrick. You've come back from the dead or with Bill in the other room? You're gonna shoot the Nostalgia Critic movie on the set of the moon? I'll be right there! Oh!
Speaking of bad jokes, take a look at this fascinatingly botched Star Wars homage.
You don't need to see my faculty identification card.
I don't need your faculty identification card.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
The lesson, kids, is if you can't be bothered to think of something original, just steal something and admit you're stealing it. That's the same thing as actual creativity, kinda.
After we see the dog presumably piss on a Fantasia DVD, Dave realizes he has to get the place clean for his girlfriend.
This is the plot now. And as you'd imagine, a mere 62 minutes into this Sorcerer's Apprentice remake, they finally remake The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Poorly.
Sucktastic is how I would put it.
In Fantasia, the brooms went out of control because Mickey was off daydreaming. And not just any daydream, he was dreaming about being a god, controlling the cosmos, altering the fabric of reality to suit his every whim. Kinda like the real Mickey Mouse, come to think of it. What is Dave off doing while this flubber dance is going on? Showering and brushing his tongue. Whimsical.
Yeah, it's a little ironic that Mickey used magic to be lazy with his chores while Dave is using chores to be lazy with his magic.
Command you to stop!
Wow, that line read was so bad it stopped the whole movie. Even that spray bottle is like, I'm Windex and I could have read that line better.
Oh look, the shadow of him with the axe! They're so similar I can barely tell the difference!
Even that isn't done right. In the original, it was intense, like a freaking horror film. He just wails on that thing until there's nothing left. Here it's just slow, random, and dull.
So the Mickey Mouse cartoon is actually more intense than the Nicolas Cage movie?
What is world?
Cage comes to save the day, making us realize if you cut the Sorcerer's Apprentice scene out of the Sorcerer's Apprentice, absolutely nothing would be lost from the story. But look, he has something pointy on his head. Authentic!
This whole scene is like when a little kid retells a joke he heard without understanding what made it funny!
This must not happen.
Dave sends the Winter Soldier away, but for some reason she is in no way bothered by this.
Do you really think that one botched date was gonna make me hate you forever?
You can just replace all her dialogue with support, support, support.
Originally, this was her stand-in.
Are you afraid of heights?
A little bit.
Trust me. Yoink, yoink.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I didn't know I could piss myself 8 times simultaneously.
Do you remember when you drew King Kong in the bus window? And he lined up with the Empire State Building. You saw the world in your own way.
I am trying to find some reason to be attracted to you.
But Melina ambushes Cage and takes the doll from him.
It's lighter than I remember.
So's the source material.
But Dave returns and they chase down the villains to get the doll back.
What the heck is this?
Is he turning into a Mars Attacks Martian?
The villains escape and realize they need reinforcements to win, so they bring another friend to life to kidnap Dave's girlfriend.
I said I'd like to make a request.
Okay, this might work.
Yeah, new character, looks kind of creepy and badass. Let's see what they do with her.
I need your power to free Morgana. I just don't need you.
What the hell? We didn't even see how she kidnapped the girlfriend, or use any magic, or fought anybody off.
Critic, critic, critic. They had to use that time for more important scenes.
Like what?
Command you to stop!
Oh, yeah, because that got a big laugh. Oh, shut up!
Dave tries to get the doll back while Melina watches on.
Come on,
on, Dave. You know the drill. Give me what I want and I'll let her go.
You've seen this done in a million movies. We're not very original, so this will be 1,000,001. Silence.
You give me Merlin's ring and the Grimold.
Throw me the idol, I throw you the whip.
He, of course, hands it over, and Cage realizes he has to take this on by himself.
No one knows how much time they have. To be with the people that are the most important. Enjoy it.
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Bad time, Dave.
Oh wow, this film is just full of people I forgot were even in it.
I'm still waiting for them to cut back to the disgruntled army general, the Olympic gymnast fighting for the girl's affection, and the CGI giraffe voiced by Larry David.
None of those were in this movie.
But for a moment, you thought they might be.
This is really dangerous.
I want to come with you.
You're sexy.
Huh? Bad enough he has a voice as fragile as a Fabergé egg, but couldn't you give him a slightly cool line?
You're sexy.
Move over, Tobey Maguire. We have a new I hunch.
So Morgana is released while still in Veronica's body as she tries to raise all the dead sorcerers to destroy the world.
I cannot raise the dead until the circle is complete.
Man, that is a goal-centered woman. No, how long have I been out, or what happened over the centuries, or has Disney bought everything by this point? But Cage tries to stop them, and they have, well, there's only one way to put it, a wizard's duel.
No disappearing. No.
Where the hell is that little girl statue? I got a score to settle!
You know, could we get more New York statues in on this? I want to see Vladimir Lenin, Eleanor Roosevelt, and Balto fight to the death. Then we'll get the Statue of Liberty to rampage through the city to the tune of Higher and Higher.
This movie's stolen enough already.
Haven't you learned anything? It's not stealing if you admit that it's stealing. Just have Dave say, hey, that looks like Ghostbusters 2. Problem solved. Cage gets Morgana out, and for no given reason, Dave can fight her without his ring, because something ruby slippers.
I put a spell on you, and now you're gone!
But I'm not alone. I brought a little science with me.
Yep, the science of a mop that can move of its own power. Science rules!
Well, I guess you could say the mob cleaned up this mess.
So Morgana is destroyed, and oh no, it looks like Cage is too.
No, it's not over. He can't die. Not now.
Gee, I can't believe they killed off the main character in a Disney film.
Yeah, just like Snow White and Pinocchio and Trusty and Aurora and Darby O'Gill and Baloo and Robin Hood and Chief and Gurgi and Basil and the Beast and Iago and Esmeralda and Megara and Giselle and Wally and Flynn and Iron Man and Ralph and Anna and Baymax.
Well, I for one am shocked.
That's not good enough. You, with all your stupid rules and all those old man shoes, you're constantly saving me with that look in your eyes.
You will believe you're watching a movie.
Of course, Cage comes back, and Dave is reunited with his totally useless girlfriend, and they fly the Eagle to Isengard to rescue Gandalf.
Alpha, Holang.
And that was Nicolas Cage in The Sorcerer's Apprentice. How is this not fun?
One of the biggest creative risks of Walt Disney's career has been turned into one of the least creatively risky movies I've ever seen. The tired-ass Chosen One story is beyond hackneyed, and it's not even done well. There's no build to it. He goes from incompetent to all-powerful at the end like an on-off switch.
Sometimes there's kind of neat effects or kind of cool acting from Alfred Molina, but that's as far as it gets. Just kind of cool.
You know how most Disney Bruckheimer movies are these insanely long 2.5-hour monstrosities? This feels like it was shot to be one of those, but then cut down to 1:45. So it still has the bloated structure of a long-ass movie, which makes it feel longer than it is. Not even Nicolas Cage as a friggin' sorcerer can make it interesting.
It sucks seeing Cage go from awesomely good to awesomely bad to just bad. And I can tell you, with him averaging 6 movies a year now, I am not falling for the Nicolas Cage hype train again. Maybe somewhere down the line we'll get one of those kick-ass performances again, but until then, I am not being nearly as gullible. Hello?
Hey, it's Corey Taylor.
Corey Taylor, lead singer of Slipknot.
And Stone Sour, yeah.
And let me guess, you're in the other room with Chester A. Bum, Hyper Fangirl, Black Willy Wonka, Rob Scallon, and your son, Griff, inviting us to go on tour on an ice cream truck.
Actually, that's it exactly.
Screw you, buddy! I'm smarter than you think!
I'm proud of you, man.
Thank you. Will?
He said no.
Oh, that's a shame.
At least you tried.
Oh well. I guess we'll go on tour without him.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy. Remember it so you don't have to. There's a certain magic to Nicolas Cage movies. Okay, not all of them, but there's a certain magic to most Nicolas Cage movies. There's a certain magic to early Nicolas Cage movies. He's one of those actors that whether in good films or bad films or whatever Mandy was, you can't help but love the dude. With his bizarre performances ranging from chaotic screaming to half-awake mumbling, you can't argue he doesn't just do his own thing and never apologizes for it. Not that any of us want him to apologize. And the time period you could argue was the decade of the Cage was definitely the 90s. True, he had some hits and memorable moments in the 2000s, but the 90s is where he seemed particularly on fire. Even more than when he was actually on fire. Whatever you think of his movies from other decades, the world of entertainment loves 90s Nicolas Cage. I'll prove it to you. Hey Tamara.
Yeah?
Can you go to Hollywood for me?
What for?
I want you to praise a 90s Nicolas Cage movie just because.
Really?
Yes, do Con Air.
Oh my god, that would be amazing!
Stand on the street praising his greatness and await for their instructions.
Woo-hoo! Hey, can I go to Hollywood too?
No, you get a cookie.
Ow! Ow!
Today's review is Terms of Endearment. Or I guess, Con Air makes more sense after all that. Released in 1997, Cage shared the main stage with other big actors at the time, John Malkovich and John Cusack, but it turns out this movie was the Taxi of action films, as practically everybody in it went on to success, including Steve Buscemi, Ving Rhames, Danny Trejo, Miami? O'Brien, Monica Potter, Kelty Williamson, Rachel Ticotin, and even Dave Chappelle. I guess it makes sense to put so many big and crazy performances together so that Cage seems like the least crazy out of all of them. Directed by Simon West, the same guy who did Tomb Raider, Expendables 2, and no shit, Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up video. This is exactly what you would expect from a guy who directed Tomb Raider, Expendables 2, and no shit, Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up video. It's over the top, filled with energy, covered in more 90s cheese than a Ninja Turtles pasta dinner. It's everything you would expect and want out of a movie like this. There's a lot to enjoy, so let's take flight. This is...
Say, might I perchance request some cookies?
It's a Bruckheimer production. How else would this start? Oh, speaking of which, this is Con Air. The film opens with Cage playing Army Ranger Cameron Poe returning home after being honorably discharged. Here's footage of the ceremony. He meets up with his wife Trisha at work, who's excited to start their new life together.
You kidding me? You gonna be Miss Alabama? Well, that makes your daddy very proud.
How many times have I told you I'm not pregnant? Oh, who am I kidding? I'd be more concerned if Nicolas Cage didn't greet me like this. But trouble comes a-brewing.
Hey, how about joining me and the boys for a cold one, huh, darling?
Well, thank you, gentlemen, but I'm taken.
This is a special occasion. If you don't mind, I'd like to spend it dancing with my wife.
Yeah, you'll notice Cage has sort of a Raising Alabama accent in this. His southern voice is kind of like if Keanu Reeves from The Devil's Advocate ate Foghorn Leghorn.
Tube of toothpaste and 2 packs of Pall Malls at the canteen.
He's been a terrible husband to all 3 of his wives.
I got locked down 3 months before she was born.
Why, I don't want to keep you from guarding the chickens.
It's not especially good, but I'm not gonna tell him, are you? In a somewhat confusing scene, they're attacked by that group of drunks and Poe kills one of them in self-defense. But since he's advised to plead guilty, he gets even more time than what his lawyer said he would get.
Admit to it. Serve maybe a year.
You shall remain incarcerated 7 to 10 years.
I'll see your and raise you a... what? I don't know. I'm sure it's the same judge who put John Spartan away. All is fair and means to an end court.
Now, prison life is very structured, more than most people care for. But there's a spirit of camaraderie that exists between the men.
As the credits roll, years go by and Poe's daughter writes to him. He lovingly responds, somehow including his clunky accent in every letter.
Dear Casey, it was so good to read your letter.
Dear Daddy, today was my first day at first grade. I didn't like it. Mama says I have to go back. Tell her not to make me.
Dear Casey, I am in prison. Nut up, Daddy.
Dear Daddy, are you ever coming home?
Dear Casey.
Why did you write me one sentence? That was weird.
Enough time passes though, and it looks like he's finally being released. His bunkmate Baby O, Bubba O weirdly sounds better, is ecstatic for him.
Yeah, but like at this new prison you're going to, who's gonna watch your back?
God's got my back.
I'm going home, son!
What, did Bubba squeeze his nads off screen?
I'm going home, son!
For his safety, they place him on a prison plane with the most dangerous criminals in the world as 2 cops oversee the transport. One named Larkin, played by John Cusack, and the other named Malloy, played by Az Kicker. Yeah, sounds like the personalized plate of a Trekkie. A cop is being snuck on to try and get one of the prisoners to confess some information, leading to one of the coolest scenes in a movie like this, the lineup. Yeah, you know this routine. Fast editing, slow-mo footage, and verbal backgrounds about the badasses you're about to see.
That's William Bedford, a.k.a. Billy Bedlam. Caught his wife in bed with another man. Killed her parents, her brothers, her sisters, even her dog. Nathan Jones. He wrote a book in prison called Reflections in a Diamond Eye. They're talking to Denzel for the movie.
These scenes are always so awesome, you could replace the characters with anybody and it'd still be intimidating.
Cyrus Grissom, a.k.a. Cyrus the Virus. Kidnapping, robbery, murdering.
Arthur Reed attends 3rd grade at Lakewood Elementary. Plays the piano, wears a yellow cotton sweater, nearsighted since birth. Buster Baxter, Arthur's best friend. Obsessed with aliens, owns an amateur detective business, plays the tuba. Profited off the now multi-million-dollar holiday, Baxter Day. Pal. Pal's a dog, owned by an aardvark.
This is why you're here! Figure out how this is possible!
Oh man, it smells like so much shit in your mouth.
Told me he loved me.
Dave Chappelle. He's in Rotten Tomato prison for not using woke jokes. Hold your tweets, we need him alive!
Hey Larkin, who's that guy? That is Cameron Poe, a parolee hitching a ride home.
He just got picked up for a Pantene Pro-V commercial. He's getting some practice.
What you looking at, punk?
Nothing, I was just admiring your cage.
You hear that? Nicolas Cage is admiring a cage. I expect 5 memes in the next 3 minutes, internet, go!
Welcome aboard. My, as I look around, I see a lot of celebrities among us.
Christ, that's an understatement.
Oh, stewardess, what's the in-flight movie today?
It's called I'll Never Make Love to a Woman on the Beach Again, and it's preceded by the award-winning short, No More Steak for Me, Ever.
I have literally waited hours for someone to ask me that. Thank you for allowing me to do my routine.
Hope this goes smoothly. All those monsters on one plane.
Please, Jenny, this is a well-oiled machine.
Boy, Cusack, been holding that one in long?
Lousy bitch taking all the Doritos from the break room. Here's my chance to snap at her.
Please, Jenny, this is a well-oiled machine.
You know who else was concerned about stuff? Hitler! But wouldn't you know it, something does go wrong, as one of the prisoners named Cyrus the Virus, played by John Malkovich, teams up with some of his other prisoners and breaks out, taking the guards hostage and freeing the inmates.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking.
As much as I mock Malkovich's acting in other films, he really is perfect in this. His brilliantly pretentious yet childish nature makes him a perfect foil to Cage's simple yet grown-up demeanor.
You lost your mind? According to my last psych evaluation. Yes.
And yeah, seeing how this is a Bruckheimer production, we really should do a count of how many shots were made just to go before the title in a commercial.
Welcome to Con Air.
But the cop that snuck on uses his gun to try and take control of the plane.
The next time you choose a human shield, you're better off not picking a 2-bit Negro crackhead.
Hey! I might turn that into a character. Thanks, Galbatorix! Poe tries to talk him down, saying he's gonna get everyone killed, resulting in the cop getting shot, but even worse, getting a disappointed Cage face. That's less of a guy who just saw someone get murdered and more of a guy who thought, I just missed the breakfast baconator at Wendy's. They discover that 3 prisoners they need to drop off on ground have been killed though, meaning their cover will be blown when they land.
We are 3 white guys short. Or as they say in Ebonics, we be fucked.
Wow! That's some heavy 90s! They get 3 volunteers to impersonate the prisoners. While in Cyrus's cell, Larkin finds the original Da Vinci Code.
That car.
Mr. Enigma. Cyrus is the Riddler.
Stay here. Don't touch anything.
They also discover a box that says, "Do not open."
Hey, what are you doing? Just leave it alone. I told you not to touch anything.
He's a cop. What do we know? If that was Joan Cusack, you don't listen. All of you stay here. Do not touch anything. Well, that's what they get for not getting me a Malibu Barbie. Cyrus exchanges the prisoners for even deadlier ones, gaining a pilot but losing a Chappelle. Wait! Memes, please. Congratulations, you have passed Memes 101. Please collect a sweating Jordan Peele as your diploma.
Nobody on this aircraft gives a flying fuck. Get it? Flying fuck? Thank you. I'm here all week.
I really should have kept Chappelle. Oh, who am I kidding? He would have quit anyway. Meanwhile, on the ground, the 2 angry cops do what angry cops always do in these movies. Be angry!
You little shit. You got my agent killed.
He brought a gun on board and he got himself killed. And in doing so, he compromised the safety of my men.
Your men are incompetent!
These characters are such archetypes, you can put them in any situation and they disagree about everything.
What do you want for lunch? I don't know. Pizza?
What do you think you're doing, Kerfluffle?
My job, and apparently yours, O'Bennigans. You have no idea how to handle this operation. This operation was botched the minute you showed up. You have no right, Kerfluffle. No right! What about the rights of my dead partner?
Fine, we'll do delivery, but no carry out.
Fine. What kind of toppings were you thinking? I don't know. Pineapple?
That just ain't right, Kerfluffle!
What about the rights of my dead partner?
One of the new prisoners is a child serial killer named Garland Green, played by Steve Buscemi. Because let's face it, only Steve Buscemi could play this role in 1997.
What do you want to do with him?
I don't know, but this is no way to treat a national treasure.
Thank you. It was critically underrated.
They set him free and get on the radio with the 2 cops on the ground.
Listen, Grissom, you puny fucking animal!
Hey! I don't like him. If he speaks again, this conversation is terminated.
That was a great impression of Twitter.
Where are you going with my plane, Cyrus?
We're going to Disneyland.
You're lying, Cyrus.
You know, Touchstone is a Disney property. Maybe?
We will be flying over the shores of Mexico, but first we have to change aircraft. Thank you, and have a pleasant flight.
Larkin puts together that Poe might be staying on the plane to save the few good people still on it. But
I am authorized to bring Agent Sims killers to justice.
When exactly did this become a DEA jurisdiction?
The second the DEA agent was murdered.
We're going with black olives!
Oh, why does it have to be black olives instead of white olives?
There's no such thing!
Wrong! They are found in Portugal, east across the Mediterranean.
But not on pizza!
You're not on pizza!
You're right!
What about the rights of my dead partner?
Did you even have a partner?
No, 'cause he's dead!
Okay, we all know how this ends. Whoever's better looking and has a more likable personality is going to live. The other gets blown up.
Huh, well I think we all know how this is gonna turn out. Oh, say goodbye to my wife and kid.
Wait, do you even have a wife and kid?
No, 'cause they're dead!
be wrong with the landing gear, and it looks like Chappelle has something to do with it.
So that's what happened to Pinball! Cut him loose!
Not exactly a proper burial.
I mean, a dummy that poorly made should at least be buried with some dignity. Poe writes a message on him, and they kick him out of the plane.
Oh, boy. You see that? Every time I get a wax.
A Mark Twain Award winner falls from the sky and lands on my car. Last week, Neil Simon fell on my Cadillac. Larkin gets Poe's wife and daughter in his office to see if they can figure out why he would choose to stay on the plane.
It's not uncommon that some parolees actually fear their release date. Fear of coming home, fear of living in society.
My daddy's afraid of coming home, whatever. Crayons! He's got this little girl to come home to.
To be a pretty strong reason to keep me on that plane.
Mommy, I like hearing we may never know why Daddy abandoned us. Crayons!
Speaking of which, one of the inmates finds that Poe lied as he was going to be let go when the plane landed.
Put the bunny back in the box. Put the bunny back in the box.
I think it's safe to say that line was only written because they knew Nicolas Cage was gonna say it. I mean, if Arnold was there, it'd be a batch of cookies and he would say,
Put that cookie down! Now!
The two of them squat fight. That's a thing now. And Poe impales him on a pipe.
Why couldn't you put the bunny back in the box?
Again, if it was Arnold.
Who told you you can eat my cookies?
So Poe smells his hands, as we finally get some dialogue from the much built-up child killer.
What if I told you Insane was working 50 hours a week in some office for 50 years, at the end of which they tell you to piss off?
I'd say sorry you worked corporate at Toys R Us. I bet a lot of you turned out this way.
One girl, I drove through 3 states wearing her head as a hat.
You just snuck aboard this movie, didn't you? Like, you were shooting a remake of M next door, and suddenly you're like, I want to invade a Dumb Bruckheimer film. And nobody was brave enough to turn you away. Well, all I can say is, well done. You're making Nicolas Cage look like the normal guy. The plane lands on an airfield in the middle of nowhere to grab another plane to complete their escape.
Thank God the innocents were spared.
Larkin arrives in secret at the location while Cyrus gets ready to kill the guards, but Poe again intervenes.
Well, it's not difficult to surmise how Nathan here feels about killing guards, and my own proclivities are well-known and often lamented facts of penal lore.
That is the most John Malkovich thing I have ever heard John Malkovich say. There is no way the writer of this film came up with that line. It must have been written by the foppish one himself.
How dare you, critic? How dare you think I would impose my creative intellectual endowment on somebody else's creative endeavors?
Oh, really, Malkovich? You're telling me that was always the line from the movie?
Yes. True, I may have improvised a little bit off script, but it's still the general ballpark.
What was the original line?
Well, naturally, I keep the scripts of all my masterpieces on my phone. Ah, here we are. So in the movie, when I say,
Surmise how Nathan here feels about killing guards, and my own proclivities are well-known and often lamented facts of penal lore.
In the original script, it was, all right. Again, same general ballpark.
Well, you're certainly dedicated coming into this review wearing a prison costume.
Oh, this isn't a costume.
Oh. Then
I was asked to do Bird Box 2.
Ah. And I take it you said yes?
No. But I thought about it.
Ah.
That was enough.
Poe's right. So get back there and dig the plane out.
But not everybody is looking so lucky.
Hi, what's your name? Wanna play?
What hat size are you? Larkin runs into Poe and they both explain their situation.
There's only 2 men I trust. One of them's me, the other's not you.
You're not such a bad guy, just always in the wrong place at the wrong time.
That's what my agent's been telling me recently.
What are you gonna do for me?
What do you think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna save the fucking day.
I am so hard. It looks like some of the inmates were trying to steal the plane that everybody was going to use, but the rest of the inmates stopped them, crashing into a gas station.
Anara.
Must run with the most intense indifference only the Cage Man can give.
Oh no, Roadrunner's coming right at us.
Wanna sing? He's got the whole world. In his hands, he's got the whole wide world.
I have great parents.
While Garland successfully transforms into a Peter Lorre cartoon, it looks like the cavalry arrives, so our inmates have to think fast about how to fight them off.
This is the boneyard. This is the hangar. This is our plane.
This is how Malkovich tells the story of Peter Rabbit to his kids.
What's that? That's a rock.
Well, that's a different Cage Bruckheimer production.
At least they're progressive criminals?
Get him in there. If they give any trouble, kill him.
What can I do?
Hop in a birthday cake and don't pop out until you hear Dear Cyrus. The inmates take out a good chunk of the cops and get back on the plane to take off, accidentally taking Malloy's car with them. It's okay, my vehicle's in hot pursuit.
On any other day, that might seem strange.
Over 20 years later, that's still one of the funniest lines I've ever heard. Garland gets on the plane as well, and oh look, the kid's okay.
You can find your folks in the fridge.
Poe's note from his daughter is discovered though, but Baby O takes the rap saying he's the one that's been lying.
It's pretty clever, huh, bitch? No, that's clever.
It's really not. That's the best line a criminal genius could come up with at that point?
Often lamented facts
All
of
right,
penal
fine.
lore.
My daddy is coming home on July 14th. My birthday is
July 14th.
I don't have to mock Malkovich's voice. He's doing a pretty good impression right now.
July 14th.
Make a move and the bunny gets it.
Was there a rush to finish writing your lines in the last third of this movie?
To my own proclivities are...
You know what? I'll take it. They get chased by more cops as Baby O seems to be on his way out.
There ain't no God. He don't exist. Hey, where you going?
I'm gonna show you God does exist.
I'm gonna star in Left Behind. That'll prove to you God exists and prove to me that he doesn't. I'm so angry I'm not even gonna flinch when you shoot me. I will, however, let out a passionate "Owie!" The plane makes it to the Vegas Strip, which officially makes this part of the Cage Vegas Holy Trinity, as of course they have no choice but to land on the Strip.
Well, viva Las Vegas.
got the whole world in his hands.
Is it in Buscemi's contract that when doing a Bruckheimer film he has to be strapped to a chair acting crazy? I'd just like to say, as cool and awesome and badass as this scene is, we could have been touching down at Disneyland. Just say it's a spin-off of their blockbuster giant. Not the Sands, it had hours of life ahead of it. I love how a spinning propeller slicing through a metal wall is met with a comfortable step backwards. We couldn't even get a Malkovich soliloquy out of that?
In recent memory of late, I cannot recall an action that signified such. Oh, never mind.
Fun fact, that guitar is heard literally when Cage gets up every morning. But cartoony Malkovich gets away, and I guess that's just material for the sequel.
Hey, Paul. Next time, take the bus.
So that was Con Air, a goofy but still pretty enjoyable action flick. How are we still going? Yeah, despite this perfectly good spot to end and even a decent runtime of an hour 40 minutes, the film decides to go an extra 8 minutes with a completely pointless fire truck chase.
Thank God police always leave keys on their bikes. Away!
Alright, so here's the thing. I have no problem having an extra end battle. Hell, James Cameron practically made a living perfecting that. But it has to either outdo or at the very least match the previous action sequence you just had. And in all honesty, this climax kinda sucks. Not the idea of a fire truck chase, though granted it's not as cool as a fucking plane landing. But look at how it's edited. Look how sloppy it's paced and how hard it is to make out. It's almost like it realizes this is a waste of time and tries to get it over with as quickly as possible. Hell, look at this edit after Cyrus flies off the truck. Is that at all how he fell or where he landed? I swear, I'm not re-editing that. This is literally the two shots back to back, and they make no sense. And for a criminal mastermind, he couldn't put together that the best way to avoid this incredibly slow-moving squasher was to move his head? I know he's tired, but a lean forward was too much for his brain to process?
It's not difficult to surmise how...
Got it! This is the only part of the movie I consider lame, and it only gets lamer every time I see it. I honestly think you would have a faster and more fitting ending if you simply showed us this.
Cyrus.
Chris.
I'd be satisfied. In a weird way, I'd be satisfied. Poe saves the bunny from the sewer and thanks Larkin for his help.
There's now 3 men I trust.
Am I one of them?
No, it's the bunny. The second is that chimp I watched in Ghost Rider. Tell me you're surprised.
Hello, Cameron.
He finds his wife and kid and finally gets her the toy.
I got a present for you, Casey.
I like bears.
No, honey, it's okay.
I got a picture of you.
And it's still a better bunny than what you got. This was fun to search. So everybody seems to get a happy ending. Even psychopaths bound to kill countless amounts of children.
New shooter coming out, new shooter. Does the new shooter feel lucky?
Yes, he does.
And that was Con Air. Unless, is there a climax with a sewage truck or something? No, it's real this time. This is a super enjoyable, mindless flick. It's not deep, it's not groundbreaking. If it was never made, cinema wouldn't suffer a major loss, but it's just fun. All the actors look like they're having a ball, the setup is creative, it's got plenty of laughs. With the exception of that unneeded action sequence, it's a good time all the way through. It's nice to see a Cage action flick that's enjoyably crazy, and he's not the enjoyably crazy part about it. If anything, he's almost the voice of reason. It's rare to see an over-the-top film that he's not over-the-top in, and it surprisingly works here. So buckle up and take to the skies with this goofy but definitely fun 90s hit. The only part that got under my skin, though, was never delivering on that Steve Buscemi character. I know that's part of the joke, but it just didn't seem satisfying to me. It just seems weird to build up something so early on, yet never give a payoff.
I think he's forgotten all about this.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that feeling too.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember? So you don't have to. It's funny, if you told me there was a Nicolas Cage movie about a treasure map on the back of the Declaration of Independence, made now, straight to DVD with a shoestring budget, I'd believe you. If you told me it was made by Disney almost 20 years ago with a Jerry Bruckheimer budget, you might see why this stuck out a little bit. Released in 2004, National Treasure won over few critics, but audiences had a pretty good time with it. Not that people actually think there's a treasure map on the back of the Declaration. I don't know what people think anymore. But let's compromise and say most people watching knew it'd be a fun, dumb idea, if it had the right lead. Nicolas Cage is that perfect lead. I'll even go so far as to say he saves this movie. Now that would have been awful, but it would have been very safe, standard, and boring without him bringing his unique and bizarre charm to the role. This isn't a part that only he could play, but no one else would be able to play it like him or have it work in the same way. He's in on the joke, but he still takes it seriously, so we believe him and we're with him on this ridiculous adventure. What's so ridiculous about it? Well, get out your decoding lemons. Oh yeah, that's a thing in this. And we'll uncover the secret. This is National Treasure, starring our own National Treasure. First off, I love how the Bruckheimer logo doesn't even show Bruckheimer's name. Like he's this generation's Nike swoosh. He's well known, but he's not that well known. Though wait a minute, if I just take some lemons. Ah, well played. It opens with a little boy named Benjamin Franklin Gates. Snooping around the attic to win his grandpa John Adams Gates. I'd be more concerned if these characters weren't named this. Make some small talk.
Charles Carroll, member of a secret society known as the Masons, had a secret, a treasure.
Not even 2 minutes in and we already got our dicking crazy. Let me take a bite of my popcorn before I spit it out laughing at this.
You see, the knights who found the vaults believed that the treasure was too great for any one man.
Grandpa, how come every time I go looking for Christmas gifts you tell me how everything is a lie?
It is a lie. Even what I'm telling you is a lie.
What?
He took into his confidence my grandfather's grandfather.
So in this flashback, containing a flashback, I wonder who the script doctor for this was. We find an ancient treasure was discovered by the Freemasons, but it was deemed too much for any one man to have. So it was hidden away with the founding fathers leaving clues because Da Vinci Code was a big hit around this time.
The treasure had been hidden again. By then, the Masons included George Washington, Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah, this makes total sense. Newly found America not spending a dime of this stuff. You expect me to believe all of our history is founded on greed and never spending money to help others? Actually, you could have made this more far-fetched.
The Freemasons among our founding fathers left us clues like these.
You see, the treasure is revealed if you just collect 1 million of these. Once you do that, somehow you'll be rich.
You know what that dollar represents? The entire Gates family fortune.
John Voight plays Ben's father, Patrick Gates. Patrick Henry Gates? Oh, I guess that would be too silly. Now get to where John Adams knights Ben Franklin.
You take upon yourself the duty of the Templars, the Freemasons.
I so swear.
Well, I'll give the movie this. This is the exact backstory I expect Nicolas Cage to have. Oh, not even the character he's playing, just Nicolas Cage himself. For he plays a grown-up Ben still searching for the hidden treasure, along with his accomplices Riley, played by Justin Bartha, and Ian, played by Sean Bean. I'll just get to writing his obituary now. But it's Disney. Is he a parent to anyone? Oh, congrats, Sean. You might actually live to see the end credits in this one. They find a buried ship where the buried treasure very well may be.
I didn't think he was as crazy an investment as everyone said. I'm just relieved that I'm not as crazy as everyone says.
Said the actual Nicolas Cage, never. Oh, look out! Something that would be PG-13 today!
I found something!
And they don't find the treasure, but rather a badass looking pipe. I mean it, if King Arthur got high with Gandalf, that'd be what they use.
I need to think.
In a surprisingly very long conversation that lasts about 8 minutes. Christ, just sitting in one spot for a Bruckheimer movie? That's like 3 hours. Ian reveals he's betraying Ben by doing the unthinkable. Hunting the treasure to get rich. Where did that come from?
I arranged a number of operations of questionable legality.
What makes it even funnier is what sets this all in motion. They discover there's a map on the back of the Declaration of Independence. Some would say, that's crazy enough. Ian says he wants to steal it, but Ben says no, that'd be wrong, even though that's exactly what he does later.
I'm not gonna let you steal the Declaration of Independence. I'm gonna steal the Declaration of Independence.
It's a little weird that that's what gets this all going. The ship is covered in barrels of gunpowder because it's Jerry Bruckheimer, assume everything is. And the ship blows up, separating them. They try to let the FBI know Ian's gonna steal the Declaration, but no one believes him.
We don't need someone crazy, but one step short of crazy. What do you get?
The surreal sustainability of your career.
Passionate.
They go to the National Archives and talk to Dr. Abigail Chase. Abigail Adams Chase? Okay, how can you not bait people with this setup? Played by Diane Kruger.
You told my assistant that this was an urgent matter?
Well, I'm gonna get straight to the point.
Both are sure callers. They're out of control.
Someone's gonna steal the Declaration of Independence.
And while we're here, we might as well see if there's a treasure map on the back.
What do you think you're gonna find?
The location of hidden items.
A treasure map?
That's where we lost the FBI.
But then QAnon started calling us. Not surprisingly, they're kicked out, but Ben can't help but look at the Declaration and admire the history that this movie is completely bullshitting on.
It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for their future security.
Okay, if every history book had an audio narration by Nicolas Cage, I would have aced every history class. He says the thing.
I'm gonna steal the Declaration of Independence.
I'm also gonna steal America's hearts.
Aww.
But understandably, Riley is not on board.
Prison. You are gonna go to prison. You know that.
Yeah, probably.
Word for word what his accountant said around this time. Riley tries to show the hundreds of security features used to keep the Declaration safe, and I don't know, after seeing the security on tinfoil Viking hat day, I'm doubting how high-tech this really would be.
It is lowered into a 4-foot-thick, concrete, steel-plated vault.
It's also where they keep the president's real approval ratings. Oh yeah, they're even lower. He eventually convinces Riley to help, and they break in, of course, the same day Ian's group breaks in. It's all typical heist stuff you've seen in a million movies, but if you're a sucker for that shit like I am, it is fun to watch. I love the different styles too, how one sneaks in through the sewers in secrecy and the other walks through the front door in public. It's a fun contrast between the two.
How do you look?
Not bad.
I don't recognize myself without meme text all over my face, though. But come on, the password to actually get to the Declaration of Independence?
Gravy Flow, Valley Frog.
It's Valley Forge. It's Valley Forge. You press the N-L twice.
That's the stupidest combination I ever heard in my life!
Yeah, my email requires a number and capital letter, and the password for the Declaration of Independence is that? At least have it be a capital Valley Forge with a 0 for the O.
Are you trying to steal that?
He sneaks out through the gift shop in what might be my favorite scene in the movie.
It's $35.
For this?
I apologize ahead of time for the job you're about to lose, but you're gonna look back at what I said later and laugh. But Abigail is there too and puts together what's going on.
Oh my god, you did not! Security! Over here! Give me that!
Yours. Take it.
You see, this is why Cage is perfect. With any other leading man, you would know instantly he would have given her a fake, but with Cage, he might not have.
Give me that!
Yours. Take it.
It had mustard on it. I hate mustard. It's my least favorite condiment. It's like a mix of urine and shit. Just say no to mustard!
Go ahead.
Ian sees what's going on, though, and while I refuse to believe it's easier to kidnap a woman than just pull a tube out of her hand, it does lead to a pretty fun chase scene.
Thank you.
I gotcha! Where's the Declaration? Swing back there and get it! He catches her and reveals, no big surprise, that he switched the document with the poster. There's two particularly weird lines I want to draw attention to here. One is when he's checking to see if she's alright, and then he randomly asks if she's hungry.
You're not hurt, are you?
You're all lunatics!
You hungry?
What?
Are you all right?
Not sure if that's just Cage being Cage or if the movie got early onset dementia. And the other is Kruger's reaction to all this, which is so childishly straightforward, it's amazing.
Who were those men?
Just the guys we warned you were gonna steal the Declaration. We did the only thing we could do to keep it safe.
That's dumb!
Who was constructing this script and was like, hey, you know what I think would go amazing right here? That's dumb!
That's dumb!
I mean, she's not wrong, but a doctor said that? That'd be like King Theoden looking at the army of orcs in Helm's Deep just saying, balls. I don't disagree, but he can be a little bit more eloquent. After Ben shows his understanding of how to treat a delicate historical parchment,
Anyone can steal this. Either.
yeah, these scenes play great back to back.
It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government.
Either.
Dr. Chase, no, she would have had Cage in his big daddy soup at this point, agrees to tag along as she doesn't want to leave the Declaration.
Hold this.
Okay. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, suddenly Belle's looking a little Stockholmy, isn't she? They discover, though, that when he was forced to use his credit card in the store, the feds, led by a man named Starsky, played by Harvey Keitel, know where he lives. So he has to go to a place nobody would connect him to, his father's house.
You disappoint me, Ben.
Well, maybe that's the real Gates family legacy. Sons who disappoint their fathers.
Treasure is a myth.
I refuse to believe that.
Look, I've seen you in interviews. I know you want to get back at the government. His father agrees, and they try to figure out how to reveal the invisible ink on the back. And if you think that sounds like a Marvin Acme creation, the solution might sound like one too.
Lemons.
You can't do that.
But it has to be done.
Listen to that dedication, like he's not about to treat the Declaration of Independence like an appetizer at Olive Garden. Sure enough, it works, and they see more and more of the secrets that were hidden for so long.
Follow this, and you will discover the secret of these nuts.
Oh, come on!
His dad is finally convinced and agrees to cover for them when the feds show up, which they eventually do.
Gonna untie me?
Angelina clearly dropped by.
Here, I took this from his house. He usually tucks a few $100s somewhere between those pages.
Of course he stole his common sense. That's why he's been acting so crazy lately.
I think there's an interesting story in there.
They follow more clues, but also realize they need a change of clothes. Not sure what changing room barely comes up to your nipples, but for a Disney film, this is like second base.
The vision to see the treasured past must refer to a way to read the map.
One of the clues, it appears, might be on the etchings of a $100 bill.
On the back of a $100 bill is an etching of Independence Hall based on a painting done in the 1780s. The artist was actually a friend of Benjamin Franklin's.
I think this is just how Nick Cage buys things. Like he'd give the same speech if he was purchasing cheese.
What do you see?
222.
So apparently, at the time the clock says, the sun will reveal the next clue on a brick in a wall by the Liberty Bell. Of course, seeing how the planets rotate, the brick it would point out would change quite often. While that may sound outlandish when you see womanizing Ben Franklin made X-ray specs, suddenly I find something I can believe in this.
What do you see?
Okay, I think this whole movie was a bet just to see if they can make a Nicolas Cage treasure hunt movie where he wears 3D glasses. Again, nowadays it's hard to see a movie where he wouldn't do that. Ian and his men find them, though, and steal the Declaration while Riley and Chase just sit there. I mean, I guess, what would they do? Combined, they weigh like a pound.
Mr. Gates, face your father's car and put your hands behind your back, please.
To make things worse, Ben is captured by the feds, who decide to use him as a means to get the Declaration back from Ian.
We can take a look at the Declaration and then you can be on your way.
Yeah, I'm supposed to believe that.
I only wanted to borrow it. You can have it, and the glasses.
I realized the true treasure was the friends I tried to kill along the way. Ben manages to escape the feds, though, because you can't cage a cage! And he meets up with Ian's men.
What'd you do with Abigail and Riley?
Ask your girlfriend.
You leave Riley out of this.
No, it turns out Chase and Riley are now happily working with Ian.
If Ian tries to double-cross us, we can call the FBI and tell them right where you are.
Yeah, every dynamic in this movie is odd. And Ben eventually meets up with him.
A jump like that could kill a man.
No, it was cool. You should try it sometime.
No, I've died enough times. Ian has a catch, though. Ben's dad is in his car. God, this poor guy has more duct tape on him than red green.
We have to go inside Trinity Church.
Ben takes him to where the next clue is, and the proper attitude of, oh yeah, we're hostages, starts to set in again.
McGregor, Victor, you stay here. And if anyone should come out without me, well, use your imagination.
It's PG. You always have to use your imagination. Random moment for a kiss? Sure.
Come here.
Sorry, it's the nothing. Nothing indicating to kiss you made me want to kiss you.
They find a rickety old staircase that's as safe as a rickety old staircase as they try to survive the place falling apart. Believe it or not, this is the climax. Oh, I'm paralyzed from the waist down, but aside from that, I'm fine.
So where's the treasure?
This is it? We came all this way for a dead end?
They get to the treasure room, but find it's apparently just another clue. Jesus, the mystery machine following Colonel Mustard wouldn't find this many clues.
What if there's another clue?
Then I'll know right where to find you.
Ian leaves him there while he searches for the next clue, but it turns out that was just a fake out for another fake out.
I just really thought I was going to find the treasure.
Just what he said when he starred in Sorcerer's Apprentice. But as mentioned, it was another fake out. As one escape room over, the true treasure is revealed.
Riley, are you crying?
Look. Stairs.
What else did this team write? Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. They do take the stairs. And Starsky shows up after being told they found the treasure.
You do know you just handed me your biggest bargaining chip.
Declaration of Independence is not a bargaining chip.
How dare you lessen its value like that? It's clearly a treasure map!
Give it to the people.
Divided amongst the Smithsonian, the Louvre, the Cairo Museum.
I think we could trust someone who works for the government. When has lots of money been misused by them? He hands over Ian, who's immediately arrested, and for someone who said the treasure wasn't about the money, Ben gets a lot of money.
Okay, I'll tell you what. The next time we find a treasure that redefines history for all mankind, you make the call on the finder's fee.
You joke, but that's literally the next one.
What do you care? You got the girl.
It's true.
It's true.
That's Doctor, the girl. And that was National Treasure. Pretty routine, but I really do mean it when I say Cage makes this movie. Not that the rest is bad, it's just very run-of-the-mill. Cage really is the crazy in the crazy glue holding this all together. The irony is, he doesn't even act that crazy. It's just the right amount of odd and charming that keeps you liking him enough to be invested. Neither he nor the movie wink too hard, even though you can tell they're all aware this is... How did Chase put it?
That's dumb!
Right. Had Cage not been in it, a lot of these sequences would have been more ho-hum without any bite and probably bother me more, but he really does carry it through. So if you're in the mood for something stupid, but charmingly stupid, this is not a bad way to waste a couple of hours. I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember? So you don't have to. Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember it? So you don't have to. Hey, y'all wanna see Nicolas Cage fights Five Nights at Freddy's? Yeah, I know you call it something else, but we all know what the real title is. Released in 2021, Willy's Wonderland was based on a short film by writer G.O. Parsons back in 2016. Though he claims there was no inspiration of Five Nights at Freddy's, which came out in 2014, it's pretty impossible not to see connections. I guess I could buy there were several stories about how creepy the Chuck E. Cheese animatronics were, but clearly the reason people talk about it is because of the similarities. And yeah, let's be honest, these similarities mixed with a main character that's a silent Nicolas Cage sounds like a recipe for amazing. Well, the reactions to it weren't quite amazing, but they weren't really awful either. People seem to really love talking about what works in this movie and what doesn't, as it is kinda difficult to clarify it as good or bad. You remember it, but is it in a good way, a bad way, or a bad way that makes it a good way? Like I said, it's a hard film to categorize. Well, people have been asking my opinion on it since it came out, so I'm finally gonna give it. Let's take a look at the good, the bad, and the of Willy's Wonderland. After opening on the animatronic characters that, let's be real, were designed to look intentionally scary and not accidentally scary like what's being satirized, we see two people fleeing the monsters apparently coming to life. Well, that's all I can do for him. To be fair, it's the normal reaction after eating Chuck E. Cheese pizza. The credits roll and we cut to Nicolas Cage playing a character simply called the Janitor. Again, we all know how stable those are. Who gets a flat tire and, I guess, really spends a lot of time thinking that over.
There ain't shit out here. A bunch of fun-loving kids stole the zigzag out of the back of the sheriff's pickup a month ago.
Wow, for chomping on a meat stick, that guy speaks really clearly. Wonder if Hunter S. Thompson could ever get the same treatment. Good evening, ma'am. Perchance might you be a lizard?
Guess you found it for him.
As I mentioned before, Cage doesn't speak in this role, and in some ways that's a pretty cool thing. Cage is so expressive and badass, he doesn't need to talk to emote, but I'd be lying if I said we weren't missing something with that too. Part of the fun of Cage is his great voice and his over-the-top yelling, which we don't get as much of here.
God's honest truth. Where'd you say you're from?
Before Coppola's nepotistic casting. Cut to a girl named Liv, played by Emily Tosta, trying to burn down this movie before it even gets started, but she's stopped by the sheriff, played by Beth Grant.
The ocean blue, nice and pretty, it's got them black rims.
To be fair, most people who gaze upon Nicolas Cage's weirdness for the first time often see. So she reacted pretty well.
What the hell are you doing? You're a bitch!
Why do I get the feeling this is not one of this actress's better performances?
How the hell am I supposed to eat? How am I supposed to take a piss?
I did not burn it. I did not. Oh, hi, Nick. The tow truck driver charges $1,000 to fix the car, but doesn't take card, and they're in an area where there's no internet. What a switch up. A town where everybody obviously walks around with $1,000 cash except Nicolas Cage.
You willing to work it off?
You're asking Nicolas Cage if he can work off a debt? He's sent over to Willy's Wonderland. Finally, Banjo the Woodpile Cat is the mascot for something, which after being closed for, I'm sure, normal reasons, the owner named Tex is looking to reopen.
You spend the night cleaning Willy's Wonderland, and I will pay to have your car fixed.
See, it's 1 night, not 5, completely different. Some shots I swear they put in just because Nicolas Cage is in the role. I'll do it if you marry the two of us. But Willy's a cartoon. Not Willy, the sign. You will marry me in the sign. I guess that's not the weirdest thing I've heard you demand.
Some of these little bastards start crawling over the characters. They get hurt. A couple of lawsuits later, they're out of business.
Aw, they should have gone under the Disney umbrella. They sue the kids if they hurt themselves.
Congratulations. You are officially on staff. I'll be back in the morning with that car of yours. My name is not Tex McAdoo.
Which it clearly isn't. I made that name up as it was leaving my mouth. Cage agrees to clean up the place, and no, I refuse to call him the janitor because everything in this movie I could see Cage doing. Well, back at the trailer, some of Liv's friends try to get her out.
I found a screwdriver.
What the hell are we gonna do with a screwdriver? Have y'all never worn handcuffs before?
Oh, shut up.
Why don't you just look for the key?
What the hell am I looking in the fridge for?
Man, it's like the most killable roster of characters ever. It's like the action figures from Home Alone of character lineups.
Gee, thanks for the help, guys.
They get her out, and she tells them about another poor soul who's been dropped off at Willy's.
Are you with me or not?
Yeah, we're with you, Liv.
Yeah, burn, baby, burn.
Maybe I was a little too hard on Tosta's acting earlier.
Yeah, burn, baby, burn.
Good. That's...
Cage starts cleaning the place, unaware of how lively his environment is. I'll give credit, this could have been an easy spot to have a chun or some overblown music, but the absolute silence really does add a lot. Oh, I gotta stop watching memes of myself. And yeah, as you'd imagine, some of these scenes of the robot sneaking up on him are pretty great. This is proof Nicolas Cage is a great actor, because not only does he give a look like he knows someone is sneaking up on him, but it's a look that says that animatronic ostrich is sneaking up on him. That is talent you cannot fake. Somebody wants to dance. I'll swallow your soul, I'll swallow your soul. Well, back to work. Oh, wait, it's back to work after changing into a clean uniform. Again, tell me these are things the real Nicolas Cage wouldn't do. He opens a can of Punch Pop. You came up with that the day you were shooting, didn't you? But more people in costumes. I mean, clearly animatronics come to life.
It's your birthday, and we want you to have fun.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he was less upset about fighting for his life and more upset that they got his birthday wrong.
I'm gonna eat your eyes out and then feast on your soul.
Well, someone's been reading the rough draft of my children's book.
Gorilla greeting.
He's attacked by a gorilla, presumably for laughing at this scene in Ghost Rider. But it's okay, he has a plunger. I mean, come on, was there any other way the scene was gonna go down? Just more shit for me to clean up. It's like trying to save Sorcerer's Apprentice again. He gets back to work after changing his shirt again. This really should have been titled Nicolas Cage vs. OCD, when the Expendables show up and get ready to burn the place up. But they forget there's someone still inside. And no, by the way, this place never does get burned up.
You're not safe in there. We gotta get you out.
Cage refuses to come out. Hey, at this point, even if they burn down the building, I trust him to clean it up. And Liv decides to figure out how to get in herself, not wanting to put her friends in danger.
I'll figure out how to get inside, but I'm not putting you guys in danger. You just figure out how to get us out once I do.
Okay. Yeah, I really believe this buffoon buffet is gonna stay put in a horror film. Okay, that is an extreme underreaction of that. I don't care if she's a girl or not. If I was in those vents and I saw that, I would be like... She makes it through, but there's only more horrors waiting for her on the other end.
Want to see my treehouse?
Uh-oh, not today, girlfriend.
Wow, I think Daredevil with earplugs in could get a closer punch than that. Full disclosure though, I do love the way this thing moves. Aw, I was just starting to tolerate her. Liv's army of aimless airheads decide to head in, while Cage puts together it's up to him to save the day. That was easy. She tells them they need to leave, but thou shalt not clean, and he gets back to work. Whoa, I made that room joke too early. I've seen better green screen in Wing Commander games.
Kissing that ass ain't gonna get you that ass, playboy.
I'll give a point for there at least being one guy constantly speaking logic.
Everything you telling us not to do, that's exactly what your dream girl got us up here doing. And now we probably all getting fucked up because of it.
Man, if this guy was in the first Halloween, we'd have one Halloween. Or -3 Halloweens. I don't know how to math on this. Not another teen movie crashes through and bumps into Liv and Cage as well.
Oh, this is good. We're connecting. We're sharing our feelings.
Told you I was a good actor.
They'll pay to have your tires fixed by morning, right? It's a lie.
Liv says the story they told him about cleaning the place and getting his car back is false, and that he's one of many who's been lured to this place and will probably die.
You know, Willy's may seem like a happy-go-lucky child's play place, but it's much more than that.
Great, now I'm just thinking of a child's play place. I would totally sacrifice my kid to that. She says a group of serial killers opened up the restaurant, dressed up like the characters, and killed the children who entered.
The shows would always end the same way.
I think this is less the fear of Chuck E. Cheese and more the revenge of the people who work there.
Jerry had performed a satanic suicide ritual. The memory and consciousness of the living relocate into non-living entities.
Okay, I'll give it to him. This movie gets an A for creative backstories. I feel like this is an origin from a Stephen Rhodes shirt. I'm very okay with it. As you'd guess, their souls go into the animatronics and start attacking the kids. And when it closes down, they make a deal with Tex to keep sending them fresh bodies. But it looks like one of the teens gets turned on by kid killers.
Is it weird that I'm getting really turned on right now?
Medicine inducing so, yes. But the only smart character in the film turns dumb because, I don't know, that gas from Cabin in the Woods gets sprayed or something. As you'd imagine, the teens start getting X'd off while Cage continues to be my favorite character. The sheriff gets called and she brings dollar store James Rolfe with her as the creatures continue to kill the teens off. When Cage sees his break is over, he rushes in and stops them from killing the teens. See, this is why longer breaks need to be mandatory in the workplace. All these side characters could have been dead by this point.
Bobby, that thing just moved.
Okay, if this character's name is not Croc Block, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Okay, so to the actress's credit, I really feel like she's giving the exact look of someone thinking, wow, I'm watching Nicolas Cage fight an animatronic alligator.
You don't have to be afraid of me. I'm not the same as the others. I'm trapped in this body.
Okay, what the hell even is that thing? Sesame seed Sarah? Kimmy candy corn? Why were any kids lured to this place? Well, thank God it works on gullible pawns as well.
Okay, we're gonna make a deal and...
Oh man, where's that kid that was ahead of all the dumb teen cliches? Oh yeah, he got killed by one of the dumb teen cliches. Speaking of dumb, it turns out the sheriff is also part of the human sacrifices as she saw it as the only way to get less people killed. The reason being the animatronics started leaving the restaurant and killing on their own. So if they just brought 1 or 2 people to them, mathematically it'd equal out to less bodies. Okay, Cage took out several of these things in one night with no guns. You're telling me a sheriff couldn't figure out how to kill these things in a longer amount of time? Unless, of course, she figured it out. The only way to stop killer animals is to cage them. It looks like Liv was one of the survivors of the sacrifices, and so the sheriff took her in. Aw, that almost excuses the inexcusable. The pumpkin Hershey kiss kills the last of the a-hole team, so now it's just Liv and Cage left. But break time. Every person he lets die is like a love letter in my heart alphabet. She holds her off, I guess for a while, as Cage finishes his break. I think, it's never quite clear. And he finishes her off as well. But even more devil pinatas are waiting for him. And now they're not. Man, their stamina really does vary through the night, doesn't it? But the sheriff shows up with her own pawn sacrifice and demands that Cage be left there to be killed.
If we don't do what needs to be done, nobody in this county is safe.
For being hands down the stupidest character in the film, and yes, that is quite an accomplishment, it's an even bigger accomplishment that Beth Grant is still giving her all in this performance.
Stupid kids. Do you see?
If you see anything making sense in this film, there's another electrically charged character I think you should visit.
Here are his eyes, and this must be his nose.
Cage is left alone with the animatronics and not just a woman with a human furry head on. But he turns on the music because, by God, Cage ass whoopins need a soundtrack. Okay, I'm starting to wonder why these things were even a threat. You literally nod your head and they fall down. The cop is attacked, allowing Liv to escape, and I will admit this thing's cries for help are pretty hilarious. I don't know if Mexican Bowser is a thing, but he needs to be a thing now. And speaking of final bosses, Cage is about to face his... after cleaning, of course. Before he can fight them, though, the sheriff gets the drop on him again.
All you had to do was die. Was that so hard?
Again, this is Cage's career we're talking about. It does not die easy. She's given a pretty damn satisfactory death, but son of a bitch, Cage just might be out of shirts.
On any other day, that might seem strange.
I do wish there was a little more personality from Willy, but I don't know. Can I really complain seeing Nick Cage beat the everlasting shit out of an orange animatronic weasel? Can I just be happy I live in a parallel universe where I get to ask that? I know it's a weird thing to praise too, but I really like that Liv does not play a part in killing this thing. I know story-wise it makes sense to have her in there, but I think it's pretty cool that none of the teens help save the day. They just leave it to Cage. Again, from a 3-act structure, one of the teens should be helping out, but in terms of a Nick Cage fighting animatronics movie, this is honestly giving me exactly what I want.
I'll be goddamned.
Tex is shocked to find the place spotless, Cage still alive, and well darn, I guess you deserve this. Liv does ride off with Cage into the sunset, and I will admit I would have liked if she somehow took out Tex. I mean, the teens don't have to do nothing, they could do a little something. But I guess this is satisfying enough. Don't think he was anywhere near that explosion, but clearly this film needed to end with fire in his sunglasses. He figures Liv deserves a punch. That really came out wrong, but we end on this funny note. And that was Willy's Wonderland. I think I liked it. I'll admit there's way too many standard or even annoying elements from the side characters that it makes it difficult to love, but the simplicity of Cage cleaning a place while fighting kid animatronic characters kinda makes it impossible to dislike. It has just enough simplicity and a good sense of humor to make it work. I think it could have been stronger if they got rid of the kids and instead replaced them with the scummy town folk who are living by this insanely complicated setup, and Cage's simple but effective outlook challenges them. It could be like a deranged puppet version of Fargo. As is, I do think there's enough to separate it from just being more than a Five Nights at Freddy's clone.
Cage brings a uniqueness to the role despite never talking. The backstory is the right amount of enjoyably odd. And even with the standard cliches like the dumb teens, there is that wiggle room that they're following the traditional slasher formula. I just wish they did in a more unique or funny way. But this film's charm really is based around the scenario of Nicolas Cage fighting Chuck E. Cheese animatronics. I mean, how can you say you don't get what's advertised? I do wish it did a little more, but at the same time, I do appreciate the simplicity of it. And in the end, I think that's its biggest strength, simplicity. Nothing spectacular, but if you have any curiosity in this film, my guess is you'll like it just enough. I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember? So you don't have to. Here we go.
What's going on here? Are you all taking it easy because it's January again?
Maybe.
Did you forget you have a review to do?
No.
Then why aren't you reviewing it?
January reviews suck.
Yeah, nobody cares about movies in January.
That's not true. There's tons of great movies released in January, like...
Oh, God! Ah!
Just do it.
Look, it's not that we didn't watch a film this week, it's that...
You forgot what it was again, didn't you?
It just left no impact.
Yeah, it's like a thing leaving no impact, leaving no impact.
You are so high.
No, I am so high.
Seriously, we have no recollection of what we just watched.
Yeah? Well, maybe this will jog your memory.
Man, we're mosquitoes again?
We've done this a million times.
In fact, I think complaining about it has been done a million times.
Who repeats something that's been so overdone?
Without adding anything new to it.
And expect everybody to be invested.
Ant Bully, that's this week's movie.
Oh.
Okay, you can change this back, Jim. Come on, guys, let's go review our January movie.
You know, this all seems very out of character for me. Seems more like a Rob kind of role. Could it be that he has COVID rebound?
Released in 2006, I've gotten requests to review the Ant Bully for a while. And don't take it the wrong way, everybody that asked for it, but...
Why?
Honestly, the people involved in the film are more interesting than the film itself. It's produced by Tom Hanks, who loved the book it was based on, directed by John A. Davis, who directed Jimmy Neutron, and has an impressive cast including Nicolas Cage, Julia Roberts, Meryl Streep, Bruce Campbell, and Paul Giamatti. Everyone making the film told Hanks the same thing. Aw man, not another Ant movie. But when they read the story, they found they quite enjoyed it and thought, maybe it will be a good flick. But when it was released, audiences said, aw man, not another Ant movie, and the film bombed. And that really is about it. It's just another Ant movie. Nothing terrible or obnoxious, just very bored and overplayed. For all the requests people have from me to review it, I kind of feel like the Monarch when he entered his arch nemesis lab.
I don't even feel like taking a whiz on this. I used to dream of taking a whiz on this.
Yeah, I really thought this'd be a lot more fun to rip apart. Instead, it just kind of exists. But y'all have wanted me to review it for a while, and it's not like there's nothing to talk about with it, so let's jump right in. This is a film, we definitely established that, The Ant Bully. I already wish I was watching ants. Wow, that was like a second! Oh, I'll find Ratchet and Clank around here somewhere.
Spindle, tail light.
We see an ant wizard named Zoc, played by Nicolas Cage. Okay, something's wrong if an ant wizard named Zoc, played by Nicolas Cage, is not interesting. Who's trying to find magic stones while the other ants sleep.
What's more important, completing my life's work or your sleep?
Sleep.
Then I shall try to be very quiet.
You're Nicolas Cage. I just assume that's you being quiet. We then cut to a kid named Lucas, voiced by Zach Tyler Eisen. I'm not gonna lie, I love Despite playing one of the most beloved anime characters of all time. This is his IMDb icon, who is, you guessed it, being bullied.
Come on, man, I'm running out of underwear.
Well, what are you gonna do about it, huh? Nothing.
Okay, so the animation clearly has more money than Jimmy Neutron, but I'm sorry, I'm still watching this waiting for a toothpaste ad to start.
What you gonna do about it, ants? Nothing.
Lucas takes out his aggression on the ants, and yeah, okay, 4 minutes in, and we already know the lesson. Can we skip the rest of the hour 20?
Fire that burns! Tractile! Tractile, clackety clack!
Aw, why doesn't it burn? Why doesn't it burn? Zoc is approached by his girlfriend Hova, played by Julia Roberts.
Maybe you're pronouncing it wrong.
How can I pronounce it wrong? I made it up!
Now, if you were to ask between Nicolas Cage and Julia Roberts, which character would I enjoy more? I'd say that's as easy as reciting the alphabet.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
But Julia Roberts is surprisingly pretty likable in this. I don't hate her, but that marketable and even manipulative America's sweetheart image she clearly branded onto herself got in the way of a lot of her performances. Here, though, she surprisingly comes across as very genuine, upbeat, and likable. And I think a lot is from the expressive animation and her performance.
Yay! That was great, sweetie! Is that what humans do when they're sad? They leak from the face? We do this.
Meanwhile, Cage, crazy Nicolas Cage, is fine. I guess he's more neurotic than Woody Allen, so there's that. But he's not acting crazy enough to get a lot of laughs, but he's also not subtle enough to have any real layers.
Fight back! We must stop the destroyer.
Just talk with the humans.
Oh, what a great idea! Let's have a nice chat.
I guess I do buy his and Hova's chemistry, even if it is kind of based around a tickle fetish.
Hold on. Whoa, no, wait, no, hold on. No.
Well, isn't somebody's very specific erotic fan fiction coming to life?
Attacks from the destroyer grow more frequent.
Oh, Ricardo Montalban is in this. He has the same important role as Roddy McDowall in A Bug's Life. That is to say, not important, but makes you go, ooh, Ricardo Montalban is in this. They even have the same initials.
It's our big wedding anniversary. We're going to Puerto Vallarta.
Lucas's parents leave the set of the Bobbleheads movie to go on vacation while his grandma, played by Lily Tomlin, looks after him. I believe she is the aunt of Spider-Man, not the grandma of Ant-Man.
What are you doing?
Preventing alien abduction, that's what I'm doing.
If ant wizards can't exist, why not aliens? Lucas gets made fun of again, once more resulting in him taking it out on the ants. And give the film this, it has a body count. Those are babies, man! That's like an entire generation wiped out! I think we're seeing the equivalent of Ant Krypton right now.
Hello.
He's approached by the Exterminator, played by Paul Giamatti, who again sounds funny on paper, but the problem is they don't give him any funny lines on paper.
Who does your thinking for you? Your mommy? Wipe me! Oh, please, wipe me!
Look, I'm just trying to make this sound different enough so Over the Hedge doesn't sue. I'm not exactly trying for the awards here.
Stan Beals is the name. Beelzebub Pest Control.
You may have seen me as an opening credit joke on Bob's Burgers.
He said, "You'll have my son sign the contract for me if I happen to forget to before I leave." His exact words.
He signs the contract to get rid of the ants, which I guess is a scam. Like, he says his father ordered it, but with his demeanor, it looks like he's just going up to random kids and having them sign bug policies. It's a weird shakedown. But later that night, Zoc has a plan. Oh, thank God my game has an ASMR for sleep mode. Zoc pours the potion into Lucas's ear, causing him to shrink. My grandson being turned into an ant alarm!
Scanning?
She sees Lucas being abducted, but is unable to help as they quickly get him to the colony. This is just like that dream I had, only somehow more erotic.
Ah! His skeleton is on the inside!
They get him to the higher-ups where all his crimes are read to him.
Flood all of the lower hatching chambers and douse the colony with the dreaded Yellow Rain.
That's P. Yellow Rain is also the Prince porn parody that Prince himself started.
The Queen herself.
We're introduced to the Queen, played by Meryl Streep, who says he must be given a chance to prove himself worthy of living by showing he can work and live as an ant.
I therefore sentence the human to live and work in the colony.
Despite Streep getting billed over Giamatti, not only does he have a lot more lines than her, but she literally has just 2 short scenes I'm pretty sure were shot in her car.
Okay, you have me for 2 minutes on my grocery run.
Okay. And action.
It is I, the Ant Queen. Let him be an ant. He's an ant. I've spoken.
I don't think that's the line.
Don't worry, I'll win an award for it. You see?
How did you get an audience to applaud for you in a car?
I'm that good.
So Hulma takes Lucas under her wing and decides to show him how to be an ant.
Are you male or female? And how do you tell the difference? Is that how?
Because it's a boy, it's fine. If these genders were reversed, this would be goddamn creepy. He makes her cross her heart that she promises not to eat him.
Cross my heart, I will not eat you.
You said cross your heart, not your butt.
I just did. See?
I don't know what question is stranger. What the hell does that joke even mean? Or how many kids actually looked up if an ant's heart is in its ass? Oh wait, I forgot, not many. He's taken to the forging instructor, Creela, played by Regina King, and he's shown an obstacle course where he has to work with the other ants in order to get the food at the end. We're also introduced to Fugax, played by Bruce Campbell.
I have journeyed far beyond the Great Flat Rock, where the humans ride in their metal cocoons.
This is such a Bruce Campbell archetype. They literally gave him 2 huge chins to emphasize it. Lucas tries to help out, but accidentally gets flung away. Dead. His body's lasagna. Oh, I mean, he's fine. At first, the ants like that he figured out how to catapult himself, but when he can't climb like the rest of them to win, he gives up.
You worry about you, and I'll worry about me.
Oh, Lucas. That's not the way ants are.
We're like celebrities after a natural disaster. We want to physically help, but we really shouldn't. She suddenly gets distracted by something in the distance.
Hello? Where's the ant lady?
Did his arm become a Laffy Taffy in between shots? Even Popeye's looking at that arm saying, "Oh, kid, you need to get some Sejamali."
Whoa!
It turns out she saw a swarm of wasps going after them. And I could be crazy, but I swear I hear Nicolas Cage saying, "Who wants magic? Fuck you."
Who wants magic? Fuck
The film's PG, so I get 1! When it comes to helping the ants or saving himself, Lucas chooses to save himself. However, he does find a firecracker to scare the wasps away. This calls for a burp joke. This really is where I wish it was a Jimmy Neutron movie, because he would have taken that burp and turned it into a gun to take out an alien race or something. Lucas is taken to be shown the ancient history of the world in what I swear is a butthole. That's a butthole. And I'll say, I don't think we'd be exterminating ants if we knew they created religion, art, and friggin' magic.
It is said that one day she will return.
He's told about the ancient mother as well as the evil one known as the Cloud Breather.
The exterminator. I gotta cancel him.
I'm gonna dig up some risque tweets he posted. Maybe he watched Pepe Le Pew or something. He convinces them to go in the house and look for food while he tries to call and cancel the extermination.
For Queen and Colony!
Oh God! No, Bruce Campbell should have to go that way, though. What's the amount of blood I expected? No, he's fine, and we get one of the few legitimately cool scenes where they float on flower petals, and he tells them all about the human world.
And these are the pyramids. Well, not the real pyramids. The real ones are lots bigger.
Don't know why they're relying on a fan when he could just airbend them. Yeah, it's the best joke I could think of there. It's a legit good scene.
Oh, Lucas, it's...
Product placement. Give me some sugar, baby. Lucas tries to call the exterminator while they get the candy, but he accidentally gets... Pizza King?
Pizza Kingdom, hail to the king.
All right, I was damn close.
No exterminator!
No extra tomato. Got it.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I'd much rather know these hideous kids' stories than the rest of this ants life recycling. I feel like I'm looking at gorillas if they worked at Pizza Planet, and those adventures sound far more interesting. The sister interrupts the call, though, and makes things complicated.
Yeah, everything's fine. Lucas is being a pest.
Yeah, I was sure to say with extra irony. Why?
Remember your training?
Man, I think Campbell died fewer times in the Evil Dead franchise. They once again get away, but Zoc still doesn't trust Lucas.
Hi there. How are you?
Okay.
Okay. That's good. It's good to be okay.
I just imagine that's how Cage greets any random stranger. Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Okay, that's good. It's good to be okay. He tells Lucas he's not welcome there anymore, but Hova catches wind of this and goes after him. Ooh, Disney's new theme park attraction, Nightmare Land.
Hi, nice evening, huh?
Rob Paulsen plays this upbeat beetle. Rob Paulsen, everybody! Actually, we do get more of him as Lucas is gobbled up too, and man, if you told me the best parts of this insect-based epic was inside a frog's stomach acid, I'd say maybe Fievel should have been swallowed all the way to see what colorful characters he'd run into.
So, what do you guys do?
I'm a glowworm. I glow.
That's great!
Penis.
Gotta also love this dark as hell joke.
Why can't you be more, Hey, Lenny! This is what I'm talking about! Lenny always has a smile on his face!
No, really, they need a sitcom. 3 bugs and a decapitated corpse in a frog belly. Tell me you wouldn't at least watch the first episode. Zoc finds him and uses the same route he gave Lucas to make him belch. They naturally talk about the differences between ants and people. They talk about how people can't always get things done because of their differences. But Zoc says if they use their differences for the good of the group, they can be strong sheep. I mean ants. Yeah, man, talk about the exact opposite message of this film.
Some people work together.
Why not all?
They're differences.
But it's the differences that make a colony strong.
But yes, it's clear what point it's trying to make, and it's not a bad one. However, that matters little when the following day an ant gel of death arrives. No. Also, I have nowhere to put this, so I'm just gonna say it here. I love that one of the ants sleeps with their eyes open. Just never seen that in a cartoon. It's not even brought up. I don't know, maybe it's a CG glitch, like when Donkey has too much hair. Either way, it's neat to see.
How do you know of this creature?
Because they brought him here.
It's revealed Lucas knew about the Cloud Breather and everybody turns against him because we can't disrupt the third act conflict.
You shrunk me, you can shrink the Cloud Breather.
Oh, maybe we can. That was refreshingly short. They get the idea to join forces with the Wasps, but as you'd imagine, they're pretty hostile.
He brings death clouds that will destroy us all, unless we can work together to stop him.
That line was broken. It has been remade.
They eventually agree, and I will say this climax of them trying to take out the exterminator is pretty fun. You really feel the size and weight of everything, and I'm sorry, I laugh hard when he briefly teams up with the lice in his hair. That is so gross, it's hard not to laugh. Lucas works with the colony and suddenly gets ant powers. I think that's tied to the route he was given earlier. And he's able to finally be a team player. Meanwhile, Pinky and the Bug try to help out as well. If you really want to help out, go back to the beginning and make this film about you guys.
That looks vulnerable.
Perfect!
I honestly can't think of a better joke than what I wrote in my notes when watching that scene. Wow, he bit his dick! Zoc gets the potion in him, resulting in the most terrifying transformation scene. And I've seen some terrifying transformation scenes.
Uh-oh.
He looks like the halfway point between Judge Doom turning into a toon and being squashed by the steamroller. I've seen Hills Have Eyes mutations less scary. The day is saved and Lucas is officially made an honorary ant.
No more Lucas the Destroyer, but Rokai the Ant.
Was there an origin to that name you randomly made up?
Look, I'm just trying to make it sound like I didn't record this at a Red Lobster. I'm not exactly trying for the awards here.
Mom, hey Mom!
He's put back to his regular size, makes up with his mom and dad, and even gets some revenge on the rejected garbage pail kid.
Together, we're big.
You think these stupid losers are going to team up against me?
You know, if he bullied the other kids into liking him, why didn't he do the same with Lucas? I mean, yeah, he's dorky, but any less than Blue Sky's version of these Ed, Ed, and Eddie characters?
Dog pile!
Ah, no!
They team up and take him down while Zoc and Hova get back to that weird tickling thing.
Wee! Wait, no! Wee! Come on!
And that was the ant bully. It's the ant bully. I mean, what am I supposed to say? No, it's not good, but is it really that bad? The lesson's fine, the acting's fine. Once in a while there's a cool bit of animation, but most of it's very paint by numbers. I can point to a million movies that do most of what they're trying to accomplish better, but that doesn't mean it's doing it horribly. It's just underwhelming. I can see kids watching it if there's nothing else to do and it's on TV or something. I just don't think it's a film anyone would seek out. Clearly a lot of the people involved went on to better things after this, and I don't know, is it really that big an embarrassment on their careers? I don't think it is. I think it's just a whole bunch of meh. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't get furiously angry or lovingly passionate about it, but it's just not a movie that gets any big emotions out of me. There's worse ways to keep your kids entertained, but there's definitely better ones too. I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy, remember it, so you don't have to.
What now?
I don't know. I was so underwhelmed I didn't write an ending.
Well...
Wipe me! Oh, please! Wipe me!